for. This is the real NFL, and Casey Hayward continues to do great work with this foundation called Hayward's Hands, helping underrepresented communities through education, healthcare, and housing. And folks, we are indeed inching closer now to the start of this showdown between the Cowboys and the Raiders. All right, Phil, who comes out on top? Cowboys. Cowboys, all right.
The Cowboys get Tyron Smith back their left tackle, and they rely on him a lot. Get back the run game. Tony Pollard, big. Dallas big.
Yeah, I believe that Dallas defense is going to get after the offense of the Ravens. I'm going with the Dallas Cowboys as well.
Zeke touches the ball at least 20 times today. He has to, especially coming off of that last game against Kansas City Chiefs. It's a clean sweep. I'm going for the Cowboys as well. Okay, hey, there it is. Jerry Jones, of course, the owner of the Cowboys, going over to greet Mark Davis and a little owner hug there. Hey, look, we've talked substance right now. Phil, how come we talk about the patience of Coach and Nate? Did we even get the memo about the turtlenecks?
They're uptight.
They're uptight. Is that what it is?
That was a fashion icon. I just want to be like him when I grow up.
Keep working on it, Nate. You got to get them.
We'll see you back at halftime, folks. Just a few minutes from football. Interrupting your game.
Victim is a Jane Doe. She was here to protest the property next to the crime scene. Trouble in paradise.
New NCIS Hawaii, Monday on CBS.
It's my job to make things right.
Sunday on CBS.
Welcome to Wagner & Film. With more than 70 years of combined experience, you can expect a warm welcome when you visit our office. Do you need assistance with a work injury claim? Do you need help with an employment claim? Do you have questions about preparing a will? Are you selling or buying a house? We can help with estate work or real estate transactions. Wagner & Film. Experienced and respected local attorneys. Receive big city service with a hometown touch. Visit our website or call us today.
Pennsylvania Lottery's next big winner? Find out live on WTAJ.
The all-new 2022 Mitsubishi Outlander at 5-star Mitsubishi Altoona. Try one today and get a $750 cash rebate, plus an industry-leading 10-year warranty. The all-new Outlander at 5-star Mitsubishi Altoona. Get thunderstruck.
It's Boscov's 3 days of Black Friday doorbusters, starting Friday 6 a.m. This Hamilton Beach Flex Brew coffee maker is just $59.99. Trendy designer outerwear $44.99 to $129.99. Our entire stock of ladies' cold weather accessories, heat holders, Calvin Klein, and more, 50% off. Step out in style with ladies' casual boots, only $19.99. Men's Gildan Heavy Blend Fleece Cruiser Pants, your choice, $7.99. It's 3 days of doorbusters at all Boscovs.
My favorite thing from Thanksgiving would have to be the food. Even at a young age, just knowing that I was going to be at my grandma's house, it was going to be a big feast.
Just being around my family, parents, grandparents, my sister, laughing and watching football and really just eating until I pass out pretty much.
My favorite thing to eat is green bean casserole.
The stuffing or dressing, whatever people call it, that's one of my dark horses for Thanksgiving.
Not playing last year on Thanksgiving, I think it was definitely a moment of missing out. It was unfortunate, but it just made me embrace that time with my family even more.
Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott's older brother Chase died Thursday. He was 31 years old.
And just be thankful for all the moments that you're blessed with. Cherish the times, cherish the people, and make sure that you're asking your friends and your family if they're in the right mental space, because you could be the help that they need.
I feel like a misconception people have about substance abuse is that you can just stop when you want to. I suffer from the disease of addiction, so it's like you live with that disease and you have to find different ways to live your life that doesn't inflame that disease. It's not just about the willpower to stop. It's much deeper than that.
Anyone struggling with mental health that doesn't feel themselves, to ask for help is the answer. It's okay to not be okay.
Share what's really on your mind with people that you're with on Thanksgiving Day, and I promise you're going to feel a little bit freer for doing that.
Good energy. It's going to be wild there, I know.
My teammates tell me day in and day out whether they know it or not, and I'm very thankful for the way that they make me feel.
I feel like it'll be special to play on a holiday and to play against the Cowboys, which the tradition they have of playing on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Let's go Raiders.
Don't be the best right now. Let's go, Bethel.
Let's go, Cowboys.
And here come the Cowboys. That wonderful tease by our own Justin Haley, capturing the vibe of this holiday of acceptance and love and compassion, and of course, gratitude on this great American holiday. The Raiders and the Cowboys coming up here on CBS. And hello, friends. Jim Nance along with Tony Romo and Tracy Wilson. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you for allowing us in your homes on this special day. Happy Thanksgiving to you, partner, to you, Candace, and all the boys, to Hawk and Rivers and Willie Jonesy. Great to be with you again on Thanksgiving.
Gobble, gobble. Happy Thanksgiving. Following the Chicago Bears-Detroit Lions matchup earlier this afternoon, we will kick off momentarily with the Silver and Black Raiders and the Dallas Cowboys here this afternoon on CBS with hello friends Jim Nance and Tony Romo. On the call, Tracy Wilson. Down on the sideline. Thanks for tuning in and listening to my live watch along audio-only reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Cowboys, hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving for myself to you and your family. Dallas, 55 years in a row, they have played on this very holiday a month before Christmas. However, they have lost 3 of the last 4 to the Chargers, Bills, and last year to the formerly known Washington Redskins, now, of course, the Washington football team, or whatever the hell their nickname will be next year. Both teams last week as well coming off of losses. Actually, all 6 teams playing today. Of course, as mentioned earlier, Chicago went to Motown, beat the still winless, now 0-10-1 Detroit Lions on a game-winning field goal by a final score of 16-14. Raiders, Cowboys about to kick off with the national anthem in a second. Bills, Saints later on tonight on NBC. So all 6 teams coming off losses on a short week, playing today on Thanksgiving. The Raiders lost at home to the Cincinnati Bengals, whereas Dallas lost at Kansas City by 10, 19-9. And if Dallas is going to win today, they're going to have to run the football along with not settling for field goals. They have to be able to punch it in for 6 touchdowns, not field goals. You can't settle. This goes for the Raiders as well. Eventually, you're going to have to punch it in and hit pay dirt for a touchdown. Now, Ezekiel Elliott is active, currently has a knee injury, but he will play today. So we'll see, in the meantime, how much of a workload the Feed Me Turkey running back gets. However, look for Dallas as well to serve this Vegas defense. So number 20 and Tony Pollard, some plays out of the backfield as well, running along with, and both running backs on both sides of the football for that matter too. Also in the receiving game, especially with Dallas down a few receivers due to injuries. Wide receivers Amari Cooper and now also CeeDee Lamb out this afternoon on COVID-19 reserve and inactive because of a concussion injury CeeDee Lamb suffered at Kansas City last Sunday in the 3 field goal game for the Cowboys against the Chiefs on the road from Arrowhead in a 10-point loss. As mentioned, can't settle for field goals. Got to score touchdowns this afternoon, but also staying balanced on offense, running the football, even with the injuries. It's next man up mentality. So who steps up in their absence? And Dak Prescott, 4 is going to have to make some plays this afternoon. Dallas is going to need a big name from the Dak attack. From their point of view, okay, it's a Dallas home game. For the most part, everyone's picking them to win. But I'm going to say this now. Don't be shocked if the Raiders hand Dallas their 2nd consecutive loss. And also 3rd of the last 4 in which Dallas, as mentioned, the past 4 years, losing 3 of those 4 on Thanksgiving. But the Raiders, the silver and black, they're also going to need a big day out of number for their starting quarterback as well in Derek Carr. It's Rich Bisaccia and Mike McCarthy. Of course, Bisaccia takes over for John Gruden, who still should be coaching the National Football League, was the scapegoat, had to resign, now suing the National Football League. We'll see where that goes. But Bisaccia, longtime assistant in the league, interim now for the Raiders. McCarthy in his second year in Dallas following his Super Bowl winning stint in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. But play calling, run the football, open up the pass, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Plain and simple. If one of these two teams can do that, hell, we just had a hard-fought, down-to-the-wire game in the NFC North. Sort of a low-scoring affair. Dallas is a 7-point favorite here at home this afternoon. Honestly, could really care less if they cover. Over-under hits, regardless of any of that. Let's go and play good football. If you can put it all together and you look at Vegas, regardless if the Raiders are in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland or Vegas, or the silver and black Raiders. Raider Nation in Dallas, taking on the Cowboys for the third time on Thanksgiving as well. They've lost the previous two. This all-time series is tied at 6. So who will be thankful? Who's going to be lucky number 7 this afternoon on Thanksgiving, with the Cowboys having won 3 straight in the series as well over the last 12 years, as they bring out Buffer to rumble. He's been all over the sports world as of late, getting the fans pumped up for the return post-COVID last year. But Dallas has won 3 straight over the Raiders. The then Oakland Raiders haven't defeated the Dallas Cowboys since the 2005 season, so it's been 16 years. But margin of victory, it's been close in those 3 Cowboy wins. 6-6 back to 74, 1-1, 2-2, and then the past 6 matchups, 2 3-game winning streaks. So we'll see if the Raiders can snap it on the road here this afternoon on Thanksgiving. Sure, as always, something's got to give. We'll see what does. But thanks for tuning in and listening. And the Raiders on kickoff. So Dallas back deep to receive. And we're underway on Thanksgiving with the Cowboys and Raiders. Left to right on the return. Touchback, 1st and 10, boys, from the 25-yard line. It'll be number 4, Dak Prescott, number 21, Ezekiel Elliott and company. Look for Dallas, with the injuries at wide receiver, to run the football and get the running backs more involved in the pass game out of the backfield, something I thought they should have done more last week. They did start to do it late, but it was a little too late, and they came up short. Couldn't score any touchdowns against the Chiefs and lost by 10. But now 1st and 10 from the 25, and Prescott's under center, going to hand off to Ezekiel Elliott, who's going to lower his shoulder. They're going to feed him the ball on the first play for 4 yards, 2nd down and 6. Bend but don't break defense as well for the Raiders, sitting at 5-5. Dallas now 7-3, so who can snap their losing streak from last week? We'll see over the next few hours. Trips near side, Wilson in motion. Out of the gun, Prescott going to hand off again to Ezekiel Elliott, as he'll get about a yard or so if he's lucky. 3rd down and 5 as the Zebras come in to break up the gang tackle. And we're back to it. Officially 2 yards, 3rd down and 4. Raiders in their black home uniforms on the road, but knowing Dallas, they wear their white road uniforms for their home games. No Thanksgiving throwbacks this year. I've done that quite a few years, but Now 3rd and 4 from the 31. Prescott going to dump it off. It's complete to Zeke. So 3 straight plays to Elliott. And they get 6 yards, on those 3 plays as the Raiders make a stop right at the line of scrimmage. 4th down and a quick 3-and-out by the boys. And punting it on to kick it away as the Raiders are back deep to receive. Hunter Renfro, number 13, the former walk-on at Clemson, has emerged as a go-to favorite target of Derek Carr's on this Raider offense. Nice big punt. Inside the 10, fielded at the 8, Hunter Renfro on the return. And he's got some blocks. Out past the 25 to the 30 on a 22-yard return. 2 minutes into this game after a quick 3-and-out by the Cowboys. 1st and 10 for the Silver and Black. 2 of the NFL's most historic franchises on Thanksgiving in this mid-afternoon game. The 2nd of 3 here today. As mentioned earlier, Chicago 16-14 win at Detroit. And we still have Buffalo and New Orleans later on. 1st and 10, Jacobs in the backfield. And he's going to get the give. Josh Jacobs going to break one near side, 2 yards before Diggs pushes him out of bounds. 2nd down and 8. So run. Run the damn ball. Run the football. Get both of these defenses respectfully on their heels. Keep them on their feet. Beat them with the run and then open up play action and beat them deep. Watch for the tight ends and Darren Waller along as 3 yards on that gain. 2nd and 7, complete to Waller. 1st and 10 out past the 40 to the 44 for the Raiders. Look for him, number 83, Derek Waller, and also Dalton Schultz, who had a big game last week at Kansas City, to have big games here this afternoon as well. So check it down if you have to. That was a pass, and Parsons hit Carr maybe a little too late. They let it slide, but Carr pops back up. He'll be okay. 1st and 10 from the 44. It was a simple pass near side in the flat, and it goes for a big 1st down. Carr, 1st and 10, down the middle, has Zay Jones, number 1, Deshaun Jackson, and he's going to walk into the end zone for 6 touchdown Raiders, as Jackson was the one to replace Henry Ruggs, who was released earlier this month due to a DUI resulting in death and might never play in the NFL ever again, awaiting trial. Jackson was released from the Rams. He's bounced around the NFL throughout his career, and just as he did in Philadelphia with the Eagles, he beats his Cowboy defense for 6, and a simple cross straight over the middle goes for 56 on a 3-play, 71-yard minute touchdown drive, and the Raiders strike first on the road here this afternoon on Thanksgiving. No penalties, but I believe they're taking a look at it. Of course, all scoring plays are in fact reviewed. Just make sure he didn't step out of bounds near side, but he breaks a tackle and walks in. It is now confirmed, and Carlson on for the extra point, as the Raiders are looking to take an early 7-0 lead against the Dallas Cowboys here. 11:45 to play in the opening quarter. Snap, pull, kick, all up and good. Raiders 7, Cowboys 0. A few minutes in, as Dallas went 3 and out. The Raiders only need 3 plays to score. 7-0. Raiders. We'll see what Dallas does when we return. They're going to have to keep running the football, of course, with Elliott and Tony Pollard. They went 3 straight plays, runs and passes to Elliott, 3 and out, and then the Raiders only need 3 plays to score. So 7-0. Just now tuning in, and thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But I really feel like this game is going to come down to both quarterbacks with who doesn't turn the ball over. Whoever doesn't, their respective team will come out on top with a win. Penalties and turnovers absolutely always kill you. So we'll see how the Zebras call this afternoon's game. But yeah, run to pass to run the football, play action, play good defense, run on your special teams. Carlson, good on an extra point there. Zerline made 3 kicks for the Cowboys last week. Hell, he doesn't play. They get shut out on the road against Kansas City because they couldn't punch it in. They have to score touchdowns, as mentioned earlier, if the Cowboys plan on winning at home here on Thanksgiving. Third time's a charm, maybe, for the Raiders to snap a 2-game losing streak on the holiday against the Dallas Cowboys back in 2009 and 2013, respectively. Of course, they play each other every 4 years because the NFL schedule being in the NFC East and AFC West. But now, here in 2021, with the expanded NFL regular season, the biggest season ever, as we've known it to be the past few months now, but we still have a few more months of football to be played. So, regardless of whatever the hell happens today, still a lot of football left to be played in the season along with today. So, Dallas can get out of their 3-and-out slump with a slow start here at home, but they're going to have to continuing to feed Zeke, get him the football, and they went to, like I said, a little too late last week, but getting both backs involved in the receiving game out of the backfield on some screens and just keep defense on their feet. Catch them off guard, maybe on a few trick plays. We had a few of those with McCarthy and Andy Reid last week as well. But, back to the coaches, really just get your playmakers with your play calls, whatever you're going to call. Get them the ball in space and go. And they do that. The Raiders did with Deshaun Jackson. Carr, 2 for 2 with a touchdown. As 3 plays later, they score. It was a 2-yard run by Jacobs, first down completion to Darren Waller. And then they actually show a replay of the touchdown. Now back from break. All starts up front. Get a block to run. Open up the pass. Carr had all day to throw, it seemed like. And then he hit Jackson over the middle on a crosser, and he beat his man down the near sideline and walked in from 56 yards out for the score. Screen near side to Pollard, and that goes for 6, maybe 7 yards, depending on the spot. Looks for 6 to the 31, so 2nd and 4. And then you do that, you get back to the running game, and then eventually both teams, they're going to air it out deep. It's just a matter of when. Of course, Michael Gallup going to have to step up once again with Amari Cooper out. CeeDee Lamb, though, also out today with an injury. So Gallup, look for Cedric Wilson, even Noah Brown, and then go to your tight ends and Darren Waller for the Raiders and Dalton Schultz for the Cowboys, respectively. First penalty of the afternoon. See what we got from Old Stripes. Probably a hold, if I'd have to guess. Illegal use of the hands to the face on the defense. 5 yards, automatic first down. So Cowboys luck out. Even after a 6-yard pickup, they get an automatic first down for illegal hands to the face. See if it was a good call or not. Saying if it's a penalty, okay, call it. If not, don't. Maybe a little bit, yeah. Empty set, 5 wide. Zeke in motion. Over the middle, complete to Brown. And he gets inside Raider territory down to the 45-yard line, 1st and 10. Exactly. Thank you, Jim Nance. I just said that, and I swear to God I'm bugged. But I'll digress. Quick pass on a slant near side, over the middle to Noah Brown, and he gets a first down. So a few big first downs. They run a toss now far side to Zeke, and he's going to be marked just short of a first down. They're going to mark him actually 2 yards short. Looked like he had good for 9.5, but that's where they spot the football. So you live with it, 2nd and short. Just chunk plays. Keep chipping away at it. Keep it simple, short and sweet. Move the ball downfield, and eventually, for the most part, hopefully you'll be able to punch it in this week, unlike last week. Another handoff up the middle. Something fell out. I don't know what that is. There's something on the field. Was that yeah, I have no idea what the hell just fell. Something popped out on the tackle. Oh, it looks like a shin guard of some sorts. Maybe a knee pad. 3rd and 1. Schultz in motion. It looked like a visor for a second. And then they hand off to Pollard up the gut again. And he gets a Cowboy first down. Under 10 to play in this opening quarter. Dallas with some hurry up, but see what they do here. Wilson again in motion. Kill, they kill it. Sometimes with kill, fake the run. Prescott rolling out near side. Has a man that's caught at the 15-yard line by number 1, Cedric Wilson, who was, in fact, the motion man. Kill normally means the play's dead. They're going to audible. Sometimes, though, kill, depending on your discussions leading up to the respective game, hey, this situation, kill, we still might run what we just called. You know, sometimes quarterbacks call 1, 2, hell, maybe even 3 plays in the huddle before they actually get up there to snap it. And now Dak under center, but he's going to motion out near side. They're going to run a wildcat with Tony Pollard. Pollard to the 10, so there's some trickery for you here early, once again, with PP wiping his way for 5, 2nd and 5. 8 minutes and about 2 seconds to play in this opening quarter, about midway through. So once again, happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for tuning in and listening. Cowboys now knocking on the door inside the red zone, looking to tie this game up at home against the Raiders. 2nd and 5 from the 10. Prescott going to fake the give, go to his tight end, and McKeon, he's going to walk in, touchdown Dallas. Back and forth now. What defense bends but doesn't break when this game's on the line? That was a balanced offensive drive by the Cowboys. Run, pass, they go back to the pass for a touchdown. So Carr, now Prescott with a passing touchdown apiece. We'll get some stats pulled up here momentarily, but in the meantime, following the score, Greg Zuerlein on for the extra point. Kicks up and no good. He missed it. Wide left. 7-6 Raiders. Always got to rely on your special teams. Zuerlein's missed a few kicks this year, whether it be an actual field goal or an extra point. No games, no kicks anymore, or gimmies. And for the brand, that's no good. Raiders hold their 1-point lead now, 7-6 here, midway through the opening quarter, after 2 passing touchdowns by both respective quarterbacks in Derek Carr and Dak Prescott. As Carr is 2 for 2 for officially 68 yards passing. 56 of those for a touchdown and 1 passing touchdown, of course, to Deshaun Jackson. And then Prescott, also perfect, 5 for 5 for 49 yards and a 10-yard strike as well, to 84 Sean McKeon. Jacobs has a carry for 3 yards. And then on the ground, Dallas, Ezekiel at 4 for 19, and Pollard 3 for 9. Waller has a catch for 12 yards, and Deshaun Jackson, of course, 156 and touchdown. So we'll see what the Raiders do when they get the ball back. And then Dallas, of course, receiving as well. Cedric Wilson, a catch for 17 yards. Noah Brown, 1 for 15 to get the drive going. Of course, they run some trickery there once they get in the red zone. All on the completion to Cedric Wilson, and then McKeon, 1 for 10 in the score. Pollard and Elliott also with a few catches for a total of 7 yards out of the backfield. So, as mentioned, run the football, especially with the injuries. Get your running backs more involved in the pass game. And, one thing at a time, go from there, see what the hell happens, and we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, but just keep working at it. Eventually, you'll break through. Eventually, you'll hit pay dirt, which the Cowboys do for the first time in about a week and a half, dating back to their Falcon win following their loss the week prior to the Denver Broncos. So they were held to 3 field goals last week at the Chiefs. They tie this game up, but then they miss the extra point, so they don't tie it up in the end. It is 7-6 Raiders here midway through the opening quarter. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media, links in the description below. So Dallas on kickoff. Raiders for the first time this afternoon, back deep to receive. And we have ourselves a touchback. 1st and 10 from the 25, and we'll get back to Derek Carr and the Raider offense with John Gruden, of course, no longer calling the plays. Had to resign almost 2 months ago now, early October. But Rich Bisaccia, in the meantime, takes over. And going up against Mike McCarthy, who is in his second year in Dallas. As mentioned, Bisaccia, a former special teams coordinator under Jason Garrett and the Dallas Cowboys. Zay Jones in motion. Carr going to hand off to Jacobs, and he's going to get about a yard, maybe 2. He's lucky enough. 2nd and 8 officially. But expecting a hard-fought, back and forth, close football game. Down to the wire, if you will. Especially the way both these offenses are looking now. What defense is going to bend, doesn't break when the game's on the line. 2nd down and 8 out of the gun. And they're going to fake the give. Carr down the middle has Darren Waller, and he fumbles. That's a catch and a fumble, and the Cowboys are going to recover it. What a save. They toss it back in before it rolls out of bounds. And the Cowboys on the return for a few yards before also stepping out of bounds. So there's our first turnover. And Dallas will have a 1st and 10. And I have to see a replay of that. Catch 1, 2. Yeah, that's a catch by Darren Waller. Ball comes out. And then, that ball's still in bounds on the save. They toss it back in. And then maybe a few yard return there. And it'll be 1st and 10 Cowboys. Looking to capitalize off of a Raider mistake. That's just a good defensive play by the Cowboys. Stripping the ball loose on the catch and run from Darren Waller. That's a catch. Catch 1, 2. He's making a football move, as they like to say, and then, the ball comes out. That's a fumble. Now, of course, if the Raiders want to look at it, of course, would have to challenge. I don't think they'd win it, so just going to have to make a play on defense to hold Dallas. So what's the rolling on the field? Now the rolling on the field is an incomplete pass, so Dallas is going to end up challenged because that's a fumble. Rolling on the field is an incomplete pass. Dallas is going to have to challenge that now if they want the football 1st and 10. Meantime, it's going to be 3rd down for the Raiders. That's a catch, and that's a fumble. And I could really care less who the hell wins this game. They're all looking up at the scoreboard on the replay. I mean, you could challenge, you get the ball back. You don't have to, though, because you got them on 3rd and 8, get a stop, get the ball back anyway, keep your challenge, and keep your timeouts. Because you challenge, lose it, you're going to be down a challenge the rest of the game and 1 timeout the rest of the first half. So we'll see what Mike McCarthy does. He's got their red challenge flag in his pocket. Doesn't look like he's going to throw it. So the Raiders are going to luck out for the time being. Cowboys going to make a stop. Now, of course, we'll circle back if they can convert. Then, Dallas probably should have challenged, because then if they end up driving and scoring, well, then we'll look back at this. Maybe the difference in the game when it all comes down to it. 3rd and 8 from the 27. Carr going to step up. He's going to avoid a sack. and then he's just going to run out of bounds for no gain, 4th down and 8. So Dallas probably did the right thing not to challenge. They get a defensive stand. They keep a challenge, just keep a timeout, because if they would have lost it, they'd lose both of those. And they force the Raiders to punt. They're going to get the ball back here, and they only trail by 1 because they scored. Both teams scored on their opening and second drives, respectively. Dallas went 3 and out before the Raiders marched 71 yards and struck first, and then Dallas responded before missing an extra point, and then they get a 3 and out against the Raiders here with that questionable, was it a catch, was it a fumble? They rolled catch. They don't challenge. They almost blocked the punt, and now Dallas on the return after a Raider 3 and out. And Wilson won on the return inside the 10, making a few men miss, and he's going to be brought down to the 6-yard line. 1st and 10 Cowboys from there, so even field position now going to play a factor. 1st and 10 from the 6, of course, after this punter. 1st and 10 if you would have challenged and won it, inside Raider territory, potentially knocking on the door, looking to extend your lead, coming from behind here early. But I'll digress. What a commercial break, and we'll see what happens when we return. I'm sure something will give, as always. Just don't know what. But, these two teams have met a total of 12 times in NFL history, dating back to 1974. 6-6. 6 wins for the Raiders, 6 wins for the Cowboys. So as mentioned earlier, who's lucky number 7? Who will be thankful on this Thanksgiving, coming out on top with a victory here in a few short hours? But the Cowboys have won 3 straight past 12 years, dating back to 2009, and including twice on Thanksgiving as well, as the Raiders haven't defeated the boys since 2005. But once again, get back to it here in a minute, as we're in a close ball game as I speak. I still expect this game to be close and come down the wire, so we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, as always. But also, as always, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Colhan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. With that thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Cowboys, hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Check questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always appreciated as well. As in the meantime, we have 2 college football games on this afternoon. One right now with Fresno State leading San Jose State by 10, 16-6. And then later on tonight in the SEC, the Vince McMahon $100 million Egg Bowl from Muddy, Mississippi, with Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Early college basketball action as well, with some tournaments ongoing this holiday week into the weekend, with Thanksgiving, of course, today, Black Friday tomorrow. I'll have more live watch-along reactions this weekend as well on Saturday with college football, Penn State, Michigan State. So hopefully you'll tune in and listen then, along with 2 more NFL games, 3 total actually on Sunday and Monday respectively. 2 on Sunday, 1 Monday night, of course, Monday Night Football, the Seahawks and the Redskins, the Washington football team now as they're known as. But on Sunday, Steelers, Bengals, and Rams, Packers. So hopefully you'll tune in to listen to those live watch-along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well. It's the easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. So back to it, 1st and 10 from the 7 after a booming punt by the Raiders. 2 drives in apiece. Raiders with a touchdown and the Raiders with a 3 and out. The Cowboys with a 3 and out and the Raiders, the Raiders with a touchdown, the Raiders with a 3 and out. The Cowboys with a 3 and out and the Cowboys with a touchdown. The difference right now is a missed extra point, and we sit at 7-6 with the Raiders on top. 7-6 Vegas at Dallas here on Thanksgiving. A lot of motions with Cedric Wilson right now. Out of the gun, 4 wide, 2 top, 2 bottom. Prescott looking to throw. Has a man a little too high. Intended for Cedric Wilson. Incomplete. And it'll be 3rd down and 8. Of course, with the injuries, as mentioned, to Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb, Cooper on COVID-19 reserve. Lamb out with a concussion injury suffered last week at Kansas City. It's Michael Gallup, it's Cedric Wilson, and it's Noah Brown for the most part. And then also getting your running backs involved in the pass game out of the backfield on some screens, which they've tried to here early. And also Dalton Schultz, the tight end, number 86, and then McKeon has the touchdown. Flag on the play. Looks like we have some movement. It'll be a false start by the Cowboys. Should be half the distance. 3rd down and long.
False start. Offense number 63. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. It's still 3rd down. Okay, now the
Rather than, of course, a 5-yard false start. They're backed up, so half the distance. 5:29 to play in this first. 3rd and 13, but still half the distance. Back at the 4-yard line. Prescott looking to throw. He pump fakes out of the end zone and throws it in the ground. Intended for Zeke on the screen. Incomplete. 4th down, and Dallas on a punt again. So now we've, after the early touchdowns, sort of hit a standstill. But still early, still a lot of football to be played. So until we get to halftime and hit a final score, we'll play on. Hunter Renfrow on the return from the 40. He calls for a fair catch. It'll be 1st and 10 Raiders from there. And it looks like they'll stick with it. No commercial break? Actually, no. Pardon me. They do, in fact, take commercial break. Well, the 1st and 10 Raiders when we return. So, about 10 minutes in, with your score 7-6 Raiders against Cowboys. Carter's 2 of 3 for 68 yards passing in the score. Prescott 5 of 7 for 49 yards passing in the score. Jacobs 2 for 5 on the ground. Elliott 5 for 21. And Pollard 3 for 9 also on the ground. Vegas and Dallas receiving. Same as it was earlier. Jackson 1 for 56 on a touchdown. Waller 1 for 12. And then Wilson 1 for 17. Brown 1 for 15. And McKeon has the lone Cowboy touchdown. 1 catch, 10 yards in the score. But the difference is, in fact, a missed extra point by Greg Zerline. We do have a turnover, but they ended up rolling it incomplete. Dallas decided not to challenge. They force a punt, but then they go 3-and-out themselves. With that penalty, of course, shooting themselves in the foot, backing them up. Incompletion there on 3rd down, they punt. So Raider football again, 1st and 10 when we return. And as always, coming to halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. Then also recap the earlier contest with the Bears and Lions, oh my, on this Turkey Day. Bills, Saints later tonight. We'll preview college football and the NFL for this upcoming weekend as well. But I did hear there's a hurricane coming for today's halftime show as Luke Combs, with his 13 straight #1 hits, will perform at halftime for the Red Kettle and the Salvation Army. And then, of course, post-game, who's getting a turkey leg? Who's eating some turducken? Of course, a turducken, if you do not know, it is, of course, a turkey, but it's chicken inside of a duck, and the duck's inside of a turkey. And then you, of course, have your stuffing in between all three, and believe me, it's good. First and 10 Raiders, back out of this commercial break. Ball at the 40. And Renfrow, who caught the fair catch on the punt in motion, out of the gun. Dallas might have jumped off sides. That causes a little bit of a movement up front by the Raiders. And maybe a false start. But no, they'll say offside. Defense made them jump. Encroachment. Neutral zone infraction. Defense. That was on Micah Parsons, 5 yards, 1st and 5.
What happened to the children who lived through the pandemic? Stan, Kyle, Carban, and Kenny may have survived, but they're going to be the same. The exclusive event South Park post-COVID. Streaming now only on Paramount Plus.
So first down and 5 from the 45 after the penalty. Carr going to roll out, has a man, and if Renfro would have been able to come down with that, that would have been a hell of a catch, but incomplete, second down to 5. Good coverage by Dallas.
Took a shot on first and 5, and we're back down to Tracy.
Well, Jim, Darren Waller just ran out on the field, but he missed that first play. He was in the blue tent for a while. They were working on his back. They were listing him as questionable. As you see, he's back out here, but certainly something to watch.
Such a valuable part of what the Raiders trying to do.
Second and 5 following the incompletion. Carr with an audible. Here comes a run. Hand off to Jacobs. And 2, maybe 3 yards. Third down and short. Another flag on the play. See what dirty laundry is. Holding, 10 yards. They'll replay the down. Second 15. Can't shoot yourselves in the foot. Penalties and turnovers absolutely kill you. Yeah, that's a good call. Thing is, with a holding penalty, holding happens on every play. Just a matter of fact if they call it or not. Earlier, they were calling on every goddamn play with the Bears and Lions, but second and 15, they get 5 of the 10 yards back off the penalty with a completion to Renfro. Back to the original line of scrimmage to the 40-yard line, but third and 10 here, 4:34 to play in the opening quarter. 7-6 Raiders. If you're just now tuning in, happy Thanksgiving. Dallas going to bring some pressure. They'll probably drop, though, once they snap the ball and only bring 3. No, they bring the house. Carr gets rid of it, overthrows his intended target, and Brian Edwards, far side, incomplete. Penalty coming in from the secondary, though. This is going to be a defensive hold or defensive pass interference, an automatic first down for the Raiders, if I'd have to guess. Pass interference, 15 yards, automatic first down. Move those sticks. Spot foul, first down. That's a penalty, yeah. That's another hold.
If you watch, I just talked to you. You watch Waller right here. Go up. He's going to have an option route, and he's wide open. Derek Carr goes the other side of the field. If they pressure you,
First and 10 from the 49. And they're going to run an end around with Hunter Renfro. And Renfro for 2 yards. Of course, he scored the game-winning touchdown in the national championship game for Clemson a few years back. With another Texas native now in the Houston Texans starting quarterback. And Deshaun Watson, but of course inactive this year, not playing with an ongoing legal situation in his corner, but I'll digress there. Texans would probably still suck this year with him, but hey, you just never know. That's why they play the games. 2nd and 8. Carr empty set out of the gun, looking to throw. Steps up, has a man, incomplete far side, and 10 for 83, Darren Waller. 3rd down and 8. A lot of 2nd and 3rd and 8s here this afternoon so far with both of these teams. And credit to the defenses. They're getting off the field, they're forcing stops, and they're getting their respective offenses the football back. But since the 2 touchdown drives, nobody's really been able to do anything. But it's still early, so we'll see what it gives, see what happens. Trips near side, 3rd and 8. Ball at the 47. Play clock winding down at 5. They'll get it off. And Carr over the middle, first down. Nice catch by Brian Edwards, and gets about 13 on the reception. 1st and 10, Raiders. The crossers over the middle of the field. Wide open here early for the Raiders. Just wait till you throw it deep down the middle of the field and score. The middle of the field's open right now and probably will be all day for this Raider offense. Just a matter of fact, if they keep going to it or not, or if Dallas cracks. Parsons gets off the block and gets to Derek Carr, forces a throwaway. He's 2nd and 10 following the incompletion. I think everybody's been saying that Micah Parsons right now, the rookie out of Penn State right here in Happy Valley, is going to be the defensive rookie of the year in the National Football League. As he's had a few straight games with sacks and forced fumbles, and he forces a throwaway there out of the eye, 2nd and 10. Jacobs on the give up the middle, maybe 3-4 yards. 3rd down and 6. Carr wants to go. Jacobs gonna, Jalen Richard gonna walk up to the line. Carr gonna go deep. Has a man in the end zone. Deshaun Jackson's gonna be picked off. But there's a flag. And they're gonna get another defensive pass interference against the Cowboys. We'll see if it's 15 yards automatic first down or another spot foul with it occurring in the end zone. Ball spot at the 1 yard line. Spot foul again. These pass interference calls are killing the Cowboys right now. I don't agree with that one. Yeah, no. Not that one. The other one, yeah, not this one. That's a no call. You don't throw the flag on that. He batted the ball down. Yeah, he ran him the whole way. That's just good coverage. That's good defense. No, that's a bad call. Raiders luck out. 1st and goal. Ball at the 1. 1st and goal. Watch for an end around to Deshaun Jackson. No, they're going to hand off, and Josh Jacobs walks in the end zone for a touchdown. The Raiders extend their lead. Now 13-6 pending the upcoming extra point. That was a penalty touchdown drive for the Raiders. It was. 2 third downs, and they get first downs and score on the ladder to extend the lead. So 1.5 to play in this first. The Raiders now with a passing and rushing touchdown. And 2 for 2, good on extra points. Dallas only has 1 score and a missed extra point to show for. So 14-6 now. Raiders on top of the Cowboys on Thanksgiving with 1:33 to play in the opening quarter. Carr's now 4 of 8 for 85 yards passing and a touchdown. Jacobs 4 carries, 10 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. Prescott and the Cowboys can get the ball back on offense when we return. So, yeah, that drive right there, I'm the Cowboys. Of course, I'm not agreeing with the penalties, especially the last one. The first one was a hold, a defensive hold. They called it a PI, a DPI. And spot foul penalties, not 15 yards automatic first down, spot fouls. So difference-wise, yeah, there's going to be more yardage tacked on. And the second, no, that was just good coverage. They batted it down. It was incomplete. They still threw the flag. They didn't pick it up, though, so you got to live with it. You just got to stop them, which they didn't, and the Raiders scored another touchdown. So 14-6, silver and black here towards the end of the first quarter, but yeah, if it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't let them play. If they call it, don't pick it up. There's nothing you can do. But if they pick it up, hey, there's no foul in the play. Okay, you move on. You still got to move on regardless of how the hell the game gets played out. Regardless of, what's going on, you still got to play your game and just make plays. They're going to have to, that's 2 touchdown drives of 71 and 60 yards for the Raiders here this afternoon. And, Dallas on defense is going to have, they are getting off the field, they're just going to get off the field more. Plain and simple. I get it still early, but 20 points here with a minute 33 play still in the opening quarter. I don't think anybody really thought, to be honest with you, including myself, that this is where it would be at this point in time in the game. 3 touchdowns. But with as high power as both these offenses are, he's still got to, defensive-wise, what defense is going to bend, doesn't break, and make some stops when needed. Right now, it's back and forth. It's still early. It's still pretty evenly matched up, of course, on paper and how this game's played out. But Dallas going to, Zeke has 5 carries, 21 yards, and Pollard has 3 carries, 9 yards. The difference, of course, is rushing touchdown. Dallas right now, and the missed extra point, of course, but Dallas going to have to continue to run the football, and Dak's going to have to make some plays. They're going to have to get him back in this game, plain and simple. And they're going to have to score touchdowns. You can settle for field goals now. You just can't continue to settle for field goals as the game progresses on. But until then, we'll see what happens. Just once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. 1st and 10 from the 16. And Prescott going to give to Ezekiel Elliott, and Zeke for a yard. Yeah. Zeke, unless he breaks one, this is what he's getting. He's chipping away, yard 2, 3, maybe 4, 5. Keep it simple, balance and consistency. Pollard's more of a scat back, and Zeke's your bell cow, but you still got to be able to run the football. And I don't know who the hell Dak was thrown to there. 10 for Gallup near side, completely overthrew him. Incomplete. Somebody on the Raiders sideline caught it. Now we got a penalty flag.
Catchable, not catchable. Let's see. Because if it's holding, doesn't matter. It's pass interference.
We got pass interference on the Raider defense. Where? Another spot foul on a pass interference. That's how many pass interference calls we've seen already today. And we're not even at the end of the first quarter.
So this is what teams have done, though. You see the heavy hands. 35. The Chiefs.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit, but not. It is what it is. And, they didn't say uncatchable. They thought it was a good pass and good to be caught. But in the meantime, they throw the flag, and then now Tony Pollard up the middle, out past midfield on a 1st down run. Biggest play of the game for the Dallas Cowboys, but this might be coming back because of another penalty, and we might have a hold. 10 yards, replay the down. Holding on the Cowboys. 10 yards, replay, 1st down. Wow. See if it was a hold or not.
That's such a big call. Watch the center, 63. Here's the hold right there, they say.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. So back at the 15-yard line when they were out past midfield on that run. 1st and 20, complete for 10 to Dalton Schultz. So they get some breathing room. That might do it for the opening quarter, though. And the Cowboys will have a 2nd and 10 to begin the second. Trailing by 8 at home, 14-6 against the Raiders. Wilson in motion near side. 3, 2, 1. End of the first quarter. As they just try to draw them off sides. And they'll switch ends. Dallas going to have a 2nd and 10, as mentioned, to begin the second. Down by 8. Your score with the Raiders on top here this afternoon. Happy Thanksgiving against the Dallas Cowboys. 14-6. Derek Carr, 56-yard passing touchdown to Deshaun Jackson. A 1-yard rushing touchdown from Josh Jacobs. And a 10-yard passing touchdown from Dak Prescott to Sean McKeon before a missed extra point. So 14-6 is where we stand at the end of 15 minutes. So once again, as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Julian Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button, not hard to miss. Little notification bell next to it as well. Thumbs up. Share the shit out of this. Happy Thanksgiving once again. Hashtag NFL. Hashtag Raiders. Hashtag Cowboys. Hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. As it is Thanksgiving, of course, Black Friday tomorrow. Christmas commercials starting to roll out. Christmas tree not yet up. As really, no. Christmas doesn't start on November 1st. It starts after Thanksgiving, last I checked. So, yeah, that's where I stand on that. No. I don't know what the hell is going rogue in this world to make people think along with just everything else that's going on. But last I checked, in the fall with football season, it's Halloween, Thanksgiving, then Christmas. Not Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving for a day, and then Christmas again. No. Just no. But Christmas is actually a month from now. And we'll have 2 NFL games that day on Saturday, December the 25th. It'll be the Browns and Packers, along with the Colts and Cardinals. We'll have a Thursday night game that week as well. I believe the final Thursday night game of the season, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be the 49ers and Titans, I believe. So, I'm correct on that? I believe so, yeah, okay. And then, of course, into the final few weeks of the regular season before the playoffs begin. But, yeah. Still a long ways to go from now until then, but in the meantime, back to it to begin the second quarter. 2nd and 10 for the Cowboys from the 25-yard line. And Prescott a little too much behind his intended target, incomplete to Noah Brown, 3rd down and 10, 4 seconds in.
We talked about offensive line coach Joe Feldman being out because of COVID protocols. Well, it's interesting to note that they are rotating linemen every series. We started with Terrence Steele at right tackle, then Lionel Collins went in, now it's Steele again, then Connor Williams has replaced Connor McGovern. McGovern out there now. Have you ever seen that, Tony?
I've seen one guy like that too. Is definitely more than he wants.
So 3rd and 10 from 25, and that's a drop. You got to catch that. You got to catch that, Dalton Schultz. You can't let it hit you right in the hands and drop it. No, just no. That's a drop. That's a first down, but that's a drop. Come on. Yeah, that should have been caught, no doubt about it. Incomplete 4th down. And Dallas on the punt again.
You've got to take longer in rhythm to get this, and then they attack you up front. And it's starting to become a little problem all of a sudden. The sun's in your eyes.
Yes, it is. That's a little idea what Renfro faces. We've had 3 punts combined in this game. The shortest.
And Hunter Renfro once again on the return. Fair catch at the 22. 1st and 10 Raiders from there.
At the 22. That was only 53 yards. Guys are getting tired. The AFC West, I mentioned this at the top. At 5-5, they're the Raiders. This is just so bunched. Kansas City on this win streak. The Chargers, what a game that was last Sunday night against Pittsburgh. And the Raiders in this slump, this 3-game stretch, that they have been outscored convincingly. And then the Broncos, after the 3-0 start, have lost 5 of their last 7. Broncos will be hosting the Chargers on Sunday.
So 1st and 10 from the 22. And Carr going to fake it to Jacobs before he goes down the sack. Actually avoids it and then throws it into the ground. But then 87 Foster Renault comes up with it, but they say incomplete. 2nd and 10. So no intentional grounding. They say he was the intended target. As Carr, that's the second time he's avoided a sack. And he gets rid of it. 2nd and 10. Just good coverage by Dallas downfield, and they brought pressure. And Carr, escaped the sack, but he had to get rid of it incomplete. 2nd and 10 now from the 22. Out of the eye, here comes a run. And a handoff to Jacobs for 3 to the 25. 3rd down and 7. Of course, Josh Jacobs, the former Alabama running back, also behind him, as it looks like Jalen Richard comes back in. And he does, number 30. He's been in for a few plays. But they also still have Kenyon Drake and Peyton Barber, but nothing yet. But early second quarter, 3rd down and 7. Out of the gun, trips top of your screen from the 25. And Carr pump fakes, gets rid of it, complete and dropped. Late penalty flag from the secondary once again. This will be against Dallas, it looks like, for another defensive hold or a pass interference on 26 Jordan Lewis. And be a 1st down for the Raiders. Nice slant at the sticks. Renfro had it and dropped it, incomplete. But they get a defensive hold actually on Trevion Diggs away from the ball. And still penalty, still 10 yards, still an automatic 1st down for the Raiders. So moving the football with some penalties in their favor. But for the most part, all these penalties have been penalties today, so there's nothing really either team can do about it. Minus maybe a couple, but Waller in motion, 1st and 10 from the 30. Carr going to hand off, and no gain for Jacobs. 2nd down and 10 here early second quarter, if you're just now tuning in.
Over, and you see that little gap. That's what disrupts the play. That's a guy who watches film, and all of a sudden he shows up right before the snap. Rich Bisaccio, the interim coach, 2-3 in 5 games, won his first 2, the last 3. Former Cowboy assistant. Beloved by virtually every team he's been a part of, players and the coaching staffs.
2nd and 10 from the 30, and they barely get it off, but both teams here with a 2-minute warning to come, all 3 timeouts remaining. Incomplete. Should have been picked off by Dallas. Intent for Darren Waller. Incomplete. 3rd down. 3rd and 10. 8-point, 14-6 lead for the Raiders. Yeah, that should have been a pick. We still have yet to have a turnover, even though we did, but they said it wasn't. So we play on. 3rd and 10, Richard back into pass block as your 3rd down guy. They fake it on the screen to him. Complete to Zay Jones for 12, but there is another, guess what, penalty flag on the play. Offside on the Cowboys. Penalty's going to be declined, 1st down. They negate the penalty because of a 12-yard gain. They get Dallas on an offside. Carr taking more shots as he gets rid of it, but still delivers, and they get a 1st down from the 42. Waller going to motion, top of your screen. Fake the give. Carr going to step up. Down the middle, has a man, 1st and 10. Darren Waller inside the 40, down to the 36. And now he's a little slow to get up, holding his left knee. That's not a good sign for the Raiders. Darren Waller injured. He's going to walk off on his own, but he's limping. Let's see a replay. And on the tackle, it looks like his left knee buckled a little bit. when he hit the ground, and yeah, hopefully he's okay. I think he will be, but knee injuries, of course, never a good thing, regardless of how they look, because it's always the slightest damage that could make matters worse. 1st and 10 from the 37. They run a screen, missed tackle. Jacobs first down inside the 25, down to the 20. And the Raiders now knocking on the door, looking to extend their touchdown lead to 2 touchdowns here midway, a few minutes into the second quarter. You run the screen, you get a convoy, and you go. And that goes for 15 plus and a first down. From the 20, 1st and 10. Handoff, and Jacobs again. Josh Jacobs to the 11 for 9. The Raiders right now are running the ball more consistently than the Dallas Cowboys. They're also getting their backs involved in the screen game now too, so until this Dallas defense stops them, they're going to keep running it. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. Hell, they have 2 touchdowns, 3rd time's a charm, looking to extend their lead even more. Here comes Kenyon Drake into the backfield. Jackson going to motion into the slot, top of your screen. Darren Waller looks to be okay on the sideline. Handoff to Drake. And down at the 7, 1st and goal. Looks like Jacobs going to come back in. He will. Now 1st and goal. 1st and goal for the Raiders from the 7. Carr on the sideline. They running a Wildcat. No, Marcus Mariota's in the ball game at quarterback. Former number 2 overall pick out of Oregon to the Tennessee Titans, now in Sin City. He's going to keep it, and he's going to get about a yard or so if he's lucky enough. Be 2nd and goal from the 6, and Derek Carr going to come back in. Mariota's seems to be all right in this backup role behind Carr with the packages they work with him, but he really hasn't played a whole lot. Hell, he could probably start on a few different teams right now, to be honest with you. But now 2nd and goal. Up to the 3 on a run. Be 3rd and goal from there. Josh Jacobs once again. This is a big 3rd down for Dallas. If they can force a field goal, keep it 11 here midway through the second quarter. I think you'd be okay, but if you give up another touchdown right now, you're down 2 scores. Still love football if we play in the second half, but you really don't have anything to show for an offense right now. I mean, Carr incomplete. Had Renfro wide open. I don't know why I didn't throw it to him far side in the flat, but he didn't. And incomplete and 10 for 86, Daniel Heim. And a little too much, and it's incomplete. So the Raiders going to have to settle for 3 as Dallas forces a field goal. 4th and goal from the 3. This is a chip shot. Old extra point from 22 yards out. Kicks up and good. 17-6 Raiders with 8:46 to play in this first half before Luke Combs performs at halftime. Dallas is okay. They're all right. The Raiders, of course, yeah, they have them right where they want them at, but Dallas is still in this game, no doubt about it. They just got to make a few plays, score some more points, get back in it. But like I said, they really don't have a whole lot to show for on offense. Once again, can't really move the football. I mean, they can, but they can't. And then when it comes down to it, they probably will eventually here, but it'll be a little too late as it was last week. But, luckily, unlike last week, they actually do have a touchdown already. They were held to that one last week. First touchdown in a week and a half today. Kicked 3 field goals. Scored a touchdown, but they missed the extra point. So 17-6. But, yeah, just the Raiders are playing better than Cowboys are right now, no doubt about it. They're running the ball better. Screen game for both teams there. But still, in the meantime, with the defense getting off the field, they're going to have to, especially Dallas, going to have to get off the field a little bit more than they normally are to get the ball back and score some more points. Maybe even a defensive score of some sorts. I don't know. Maybe special teams plays a factor, but it's really going to come down to, I once again feel, what defensive bench doesn't break, but then with these 2 quarterbacks, Carr and Prescott, both 4, who doesn't turn the ball over? Whoever doesn't is going to win this game. And the Raiders, okay, a few of their touchdown drives, or their last touchdown drive and this field goal drive, I should say, penalties, yes, helped them out, but they still scored. Okay, so Dallas still had a chance to stop them, but they didn't. They still scored. But then they even lucked out even more, the Raiders did, with that catch and fumble that it was, but then they rolled it incomplete. It's 3rd down. They get off the field, force a punt, but then they can't do anything on offense. Dallas Cowboys couldn't. So Prescott, once again, he's going to have to make some plays for Dallas to get back in this game, plain and simple. Until then, nice arrow shot of North Texas, Jerry's World, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, home of the Dallas Cowboys. But, yeah. It's like, if I'm a Cowboy fan, like, what the hell? But we're still in this, and there's still a lot of football to be played. They just got to get moving. Touchback, 1st and 10 from the 25. And now a little bit of a technical difficulty on CBS for some unknown reason. Now we're back to it, okay. Had that actually happen to me earlier with Fox with the Bears and Lions. But I get it. It's technology, it's good, but it also sucks when it needs to be good. 1st and 10 from 25. Complete the Gallup, his first catch of the afternoon, as he'll gallop his way for 9 yards, 2nd and 1. Second and 1 from the 34, handoff to Pollard. And Tony Pollard for a 1st down. I'd rather have, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys right now, the way you've been running the football, it's there, but it's not. Of course, not as good as what the Raiders have. They have 11 more points than you do, too. I'd be running Tony Pollard more than I am Ezekiel Elliott. Just because he's going to get you a few more yards, breaking some tackles, where Zeke, he just will bulldoze his way for a few, and then you're in a 3rd down situation for the most part, it seems like all the damn time anymore. Schultz on the reception for 5 yards, and we got a penalty flag, maybe a late hit, or a helmet of some sorts. They'll probably pick this up and say no penalty. I didn't see no penalty. But we've had how many penalties already today? So, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the defense, 15 yards, automatic 1st down. Added to the end of the play. That's just a hit. Come on. That's just a hit. And that's helmet to helmet, too. That's Lucky enough for the Raiders, they didn't call targeting on that. That's just a hit, though. When you sign up to play football, you're never going to get hit, so live with it. Enough with this safety bullshit. 1st and 10 from the 43. Hand off to Pollard. Tony Pollard for 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down and 8. 2nd and 7 officially. They do give him 3. With under 7 to play in this first half.
Should be when you're on offense later, but I tell you, this is a big drive for the Cowboys because at home, they're used to being the team who's controlling time possession up and down the field. Other than the Denver game, they've just been darn near unstoppable. So this is extremely big for the Cowboys this drive.
Punt fake from Prescott, gonna go deep, but it gets deflected as he gets hit. Over the middle, incomplete, 3rd down and 7.
On the release, it'll be 3rd and 7. Tyron Smith just doesn't come out. It's a wrong play in his eyes. Wow, that's... Watch right here. He's going to somehow go back inside. He's supposed to block him. But you see Ngakoue come free. He hesitated for a moment. It's like he thought it was a different play. And that happened. That communication happened in Kansas City on an early 3rd down. And that got hit pretty hard then as well.
Empty set. 5 wide with the trips in a bunch top of your screen. 3rd and 7. Prescott gets drilled. Wilson wasn't even looking for it. Way behind him. And it's incomplete. 4th down and 7. And Dallas on to punt, it looks like.
Well, this is an outstanding defensive call. Gus Bradley here.
Just right on the outside of field goal range. They're not going to kick it from the 41. From here, it'd be about a 58, 59-yard field goal to cut it to 8. They are going to kick it. Shit. Greg Zuerlein from about 58 yards out. 59 officially. Okay, 59 from the 41. It's always the distance from the yard marker to the goal line, plus an extra 10, plus an extra 7, 8, give or take, from the snap to the hold, and the kick, and he doinks it off the left upright. Doink, Troy Aikman, no good. And the Raiders are going to have 3 timeouts, 6 minutes and 29 seconds, and a 2-minute warning with good starting field position now to try to drive and extend their lead even more going into halftime. Then they'll also get the ball to begin the second half as they kicked off to begin the game today. Kick from 59 yards out, no good from Greg Zuerlein. He doinks off the left upright, no good. He missed an extra point, and he just missed a 59-yard field goal. 17-6 your score with the Raiders on top of the Dallas Cowboys here this Thanksgiving.
Shop new Black Friday deals at Target. Save on select toys. Boots for the family. TVs and more. And now through Saturday at Target.
Hey, Dad, I'm working.
What's the matter? You can't talk to your dad and work at the same time? Is your new laptop not powerful?
Oh, it's powerful.
How about now? Huh? How about this?
Still good. Want a laptop that has it all? That's a full-time Evo.
Watch. Serena Williams. Wonderful. Serena. Wonderful. Serena.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on-demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream. When you spend all year serving others, when you lead by example, being a guiding light to those who look up to you, you don't just land on the nice list. You get rewarded by becoming the top brand for new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Celebrate all the good you've done this year with a lineup of Ram trucks built to serve.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Ram Trucks.
share this holiday with you and the tradition of football, Thanksgiving. It's special. We got a good one going here. The road team leading 17-6.
1st and 10. Derek Carr gets hit. Ball's out. Looks like the Raiders is due, in fact, recovered. So now it'll be 2nd down. Raiders are lucking out on a lot of different stuff here today. He gets hit on a strip sack. That's a little tuck roll. I don't know if that's a fumble or not. Looked like his arm was going forward a little bit, but hey, they get a yard on the fumble recovery. 2nd and 9. So they rolled it a fumble. They still recovered, so we move on. Doesn't matter if it was a pass, incomplete. I mean, the Raiders, even with the recovery, would say probably, yeah, it was a fumble. We recovered it because we got a yard out of it. So 2nd and 9, 2 yards on that play, 3rd down and 7. And Darren Waller, questionable to return with a knee injury, suffered a little bit ago. Has not yet returned.
Also, defensive end Carl Nassib, he is questionable with a knee injury as well.
Raiders, 3rd and 7. 3rd down today. That's Parsons 11 in the A gap. Jim, right here you got how many guys?
That is not Parsons in the A gap, Tony Romo. You just completely circled the wrong fucking defender. Parsons is on the other side of the fucking field. Tony Romo is such trash. Doesn't know who's who. Got another penalty flag. Who would have guessed that? But a completion near side to Zay Jones. They say caught inbounds, but the flag will be illegal use of the hands to the face on the Raider offense. And now a little bit of a delay. Rolling on the field is completion. Okay, they're going to replay 3rd down. So 3rd and 12. 4:57 to play in this first half. Was it a catch? That's Santonio Holmes-esque on the sideline by Zay Jones. That's a catch. That's a catch. But the penalty now, okay, 3rd and 18. 3rd and 18 out of the gun. And Carr just going to dump it off to Renfro. Gets out past midfield, but going to be about 5 yards short of the line to gain. 4th down, and the Raiders are going to punt with an 11-point lead as we near halftime. Cowboys can make this game before half. Score, be down a few. Make a stop early, 2nd half. Whole new ball game then at that point. Whole new ball game. Come 3rd quarter.
Great football. They held the Chiefs, last week to a very close game. What a hire that was. I mean, he's morphed himself, too, from his zone defense to a man. It's a real match. They get a tight team. Charles is here to impress for 6 years. They coach every game. They take care of the Falcons a few weeks back here. Gave them a game one.
Fair catch signal for it for 13, and that's where Dallas will start their next drive, 1st and 10. 1st and 10 boys, down 11 with 3:53 to play in the first half. With 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Use sideline as well, as it is, in fact, your friend. But, yeah, if Dallas can get a good drive going, score some points, can't settle for a field goal at this rate. I mean, they could, but they can't. I mean, miss an extra point, missed a field goal. What makes you think you're going to make one if they settle for one now? They're going to have to score a touchdown. Get back in this game. I mean, you can go for 2, make it a 3-point deficit, 17-14 then, rather than 17-13 at halftime. If you give them the ball back with little no time remaining and only at halftime. But, maybe even if the Cowboys do score, the Raiders get the ball back with timeouts and time, they do something as well before halftime, along with getting the ball back to begin the second half. Potentially putting this game out of reach a little bit if it comes down to it. So, of course, until then, we'll see gives. I'm sure as always something will, but that's where we're at. That is where we sit at right now. 17-6 with the Raiders on top.
But with the new law, if I'm in the portal plan and only paid $47 a month.
Actually, a friend of mine recommended healthcare.gov, and now we're paying less than $60 a month for coverage.
We'll skeptical at first, but it is real. Covered with no monthly payment.
New law, lower prices, more people qualify at healthcare.gov.
Dallas is mentioned, I believe, was a 7-point favorite. As we see a DraftKings commercial. Of course, DraftKings and FanDuel in with the NFL and other leagues. But, yeah, Dallas, a home favorite. They trail by 11 right now. Like I said earlier, I could really honestly care less who the hell covers, if they don't cover, if the over-under hits or not. You know, same game parlay with who scores here tonight. Don't have anything involved in this respective game. So, you know, until then, with, of course, more games Sunday, which we'll preview at halftime. Yeah. We'll see what happens, but yeah, the Cowboys are in a hole right now. 1st and 10 from the 14. And Prescott going to hand off. And Ezekiel Elliott, or Tony Pollard, excuse me, for 2 yards. We haven't seen Elliott in a few drives. I don't know what's up with him.
8 interceptions. You know, he's got a chance to, you know, get double digits, and that's such a rarity. The last player with 10-plus regular season interceptions, you got Lester Hayes in Oakland, who had 13 back in 1980.
Dallas just has to make some plays here. 2nd and 8. Complete to Wilson down the near sideline. And will be brought down to the 32. Very big play for the Cowboys. 1st and 10 inside Raider territory. Now you work the clock a little bit. Work the clock. Get back to the run game. Punch it in for 6 like you did on your second drive. So now 1st and 10 from the 33. And Prescott steps up, and he's going to run out of bounds for a gain of 3. 2nd down. If that's a special play, that's not that good then. For a 2-yard quarterback run because nobody's open? Come on. Just no. Don't even go there. Like, what the hell? Makes no sense. Second and 7 from the 30. They're going to run it up the middle again. Tony Pollard for a Cowboy 1st down on a gain of 8 to the 12. 1st and 10. They'll have 8 shots to punch it in now at the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play in this first half. Cowboys with a 1st and 10 from the 12, down 11. Looking to cut this lead again. So we'll see if they can cut it, get back in it. Of course, make a stop before halftime because it looks like the Raiders will, in fact, get the ball back before half. And then get a stop early 2nd half as well and get back in this ball game. Take it to the 4th quarter, and then at that point, may the best team win. Once again, I really care less who wins this. I mean, if I was to pick, and you can go vote on the question of the day poll on social media, on Facebook and Twitter, links in the description, and vote on who you think's going to win these 3 Thanksgiving NFL games today with the Bears and Lions. The game's already wrapped up. The poll is still up for probably about another hour or so. And then also, of course, this game with the Raiders and Cowboys, and then still a good game to come later on tonight with the Buffalo Bills, New Orleans Saints. Going to be without 14 of their starters on NBC against Bills Mafia down in the Bayou. But I said last week, I feel this 3-game slate of NFL Thanksgiving action today is arguably 3 of the best Thanksgiving games we've had on paper, at least. Of course, doesn't come to fruition on the field and does it turn into a good game or not? We'll see. That's why the games are played. Not on paper, it's on the field. The best 3-game slate of NFL games on Thanksgiving in quite a while. From start to finish, top to bottom, with Chicago and Detroit, Vegas and Dallas and Buffalo and New Orleans. Even with the Lions still winless, they put up a fight. And they really, 0-10-1 should have like 4 or 5 wins, to be honest with you. Because you go look at their 10 losses, some of them are less than a touchdown, or even less than that. And the tie, of course, against Pittsburgh, that should have been a win. They should have beat Cleveland. They probably should have won today. They probably should be on a 3-game winning streak, to be honest with you. But they're 0-10-1, and now in the booth with Nance and Romo from the 22, 1st and 10, back to it, 2 minutes to play. Dallas at 7-3, stumbling as of late. They lost week 1, went on a 6-game winning streak, but now have since lost 2 of 3. And they're down right now by 11 with 1:40 to play in the first half. 2nd and 7 after a 3-yard gain. And the Raiders are right at 500 at 5-5. They've had to overcome a lot this year, both on and off the field, but they have Dallas right where they want them at. They're playing better football than they are right now. And credit to them, and they have an 11-point lead. From the 19, Prescott complete to Cedric Wilson, and he's going to get to the 14, it looks like. Let's see where they spot the ball. The 3rd down and short. Both teams 3rd and 2 for the Cowboys. Still have all 3 timeouts remaining. Now under a minute to play. About a 25-second differential between the game clock and play clock. Trip stop your screen. Complete to Pollard out of the backfield. They get TP involved in the pass game. He dives for the goal line, and they say touchdown Cowboys. Was he in, though? That's the question. Because his knee might have been down just prior to reaching the end zone. His knee's down to 1. He's going to be short, 1st and goal. Previous play under further review. Yeah, the ball never even reached across the goal line, so to speak, either. Bounced at the half-yard line, and he's down. He never got in the end zone, and they called it a touchdown. So they'll look at it, run 2 minutes. But all scoring plays, of course, are reviewed from above anyway. So that'll get overturned. It'll be 1st and goal Cowboys from the half-yard line. And then they'll probably still punch it in. But credit to the Raiders if they stop them, maybe force another field goal going into halftime with momentum. Rather than up 4 or even 3 if they decide to go for 2, you'd be up 8 if you force a kick, and then that's another 3 field goals, basically, even with a Cowboy touchdown, a missed extra point, and a missed 59-yard field goal as well. They actually overturn it, it'd be 1st and goal Cowboys from the half-yard line. You force another kick, 17-9, you go into halftime on the road with momentum, and you're playing damn good football, able to run it more so than not, and Carr's making plays on play action, playing good defense, take a game in the 4th quarter. Unless you throw it and you blow a lead, you're going to hold on to win then at that point, you would think. But that's why the game's a full 60 unless we have to go to overtime. Hope to God we don't, but if we do, okay, but hope to God we don't end in another damn tie. 1st and goal, handoff, touchdown Cowboys. So play later, they overturn, it doesn't matter, they still score. And Ezekiel Elliott, will he jump in to the Salvation Army kettlebell? No, he'll trot to the sideline, The taunting, of course, you can't celebrate basically at all anymore on the field. You got to do it on the sideline. Scores a 1-yard touchdown. So 2 1-yard rushing touchdowns by both starting running backs today, and Josh Jacobs and Ezekiel Elliott. And credit the Cowboys on a short week off of their 3 field goal game against the Chiefs and a 10-point loss. 2 touchdowns with the extra point up and good. They also have a missed extra point and a 59-yard field goal, as that is the difference. Or else we'd be tied at 17 right now. With 25 seconds to play, Raiders are going to get it back with 3 timeouts. We'll see if they do anything or not. We've got a little bit of a scuffle with the Raiders and Cowboys. So they'll take a short break, and we'll get back to it here in a minute. Thought a prison fight was about to break out. But touchdown Cowboys. They cut it to 4, 17-13. As Elliott now has 7 carries for 23 yards rushing and a touchdown. Pollard, 8 of 29. And then he also, in the receiving game, has 2 catches for 19 yards. Elliott 1 for 1. But, both quarterbacks pretty even. Carr, 8 of 15 for $148 in the strike. And Prescott, 11 of 17 for $141 and a touchdown as well. So, the difference, regardless of what's happened and how many penalties have been thrown, no turnovers yet, keep that in mind, along with special teams making an impact in the second half. The difference is a missed extra point and a missed 59-yard field goal by the Cowboys, or else we'd be tied at 17 right now as we near halftime. So 25 seconds to play. We'll have a kickoff, and we'll see if the Raiders do anything with 3 timeouts. 25 seconds and 3 timeouts plus using the sideline, that's an eternity. You should be able to drive and hope to score some more points, plus get the ball to begin the second half. But knowing how teams operate anymore, if I'd have to guess, the Raiders will get kickoff. It'll be a touchback. They might return it, but they'll take a knee. They'll take a knee, 1st and 10, head into half, up 4, on the road, knowing they're going to get the ball to begin the second half, and then they'll go from there. But now all the Cowboys, as mentioned just a little bit ago, all they need is a stop on defense early second half, and they're right back in it, and we got ourselves a whole new ball game. So we'll see what happens here. But, if I'm the Raiders, I'm going to be aggressive here before the half. But I can probably already guarantee you they won't be, and they'll take it in with a lead, knowing they're getting the ball to begin the second half, because they're not going to want to do anything stupid before halftime, turn the ball over, and then it helps out Dallas with 3 timeouts as well, and then they cut it, maybe even take the lead going into halftime, and then they have momentum then. And then you're in a hole of your own trying to get out of it, on the road, hostile environment, et cetera, et cetera. So 17-13 Raiders on top of the Cowboys here with 25 seconds to play in the first half, with Luke Combs to perform at halftime. And a touchback will be 1st and 10 from the 25. 3 timeouts, 25 seconds. We'll also update some first half stats and scores at halftime. I would say also take a look around the rest of the NFL, but this is the only game on right now. We'll take a look back at Chicago and Detroit before previewing Buffalo and New Orleans later on tonight as well. They show us some highlights with Luke Combs playing some football yesterday, getting warmed up for halftime. I wonder what songs he's going to be singing. He's got a lot of them and a lot of good ones. Hard to pick at this point. They're all damn good. There really isn't a song you cannot like from LC. So 12 seconds tick off. The Raiders run a play. Dallas calls a timeout. 2nd and 10. They'll actually add a few seconds back on the clock. More than a few, actually. Back to 21 seconds. They say that play only took 4 seconds off the clock and a timeout. So Dallas going to play some smart football, going to try to force a punt, it seems like, and get the ball back before halftime. Jackson in motion. Carr going to hand off, and Jacobs going to bounce one far side, and he's going to get out of bounds and also get a Raider first down. So 14 seconds. Still have 3 timeouts. Be a 1st and 10. I doubt Dallas will call a timeout now, but you never know. But if I'm the Raiders, I keep this drive alive. I keep going. I try to do something before halftime here.
Can't help but think on this Thanksgiving Day, one of their greatest teammates who we lost this year, Garrett Hughes.
From the 35, 1st and 10. And they'll hand off again. Jacobs and Josh Jacobs for 5 to the 40, 9 seconds and counting. And it looks like they'll let the clock run out. And that does it for the first half here this afternoon on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. The Raiders lead the Cowboys 17 to 13. Derek Carr is 8 of 15 for 148 yards passing and a touchdown. Dak Prescott is 11 of 17 for 141 yards passing and a touchdown. Josh Jacobs has 11 carries, 39 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Ezekiel Elliott, 7 for 23 on the ground, and you guessed it, a touchdown. The difference is a missed extra point and a missed field goal by Dallas, or this game would be tied at 17. We have a passing and a rushing touchdown apiece by both teams, respectively, in this first half. Derek Carr to Deshaun Jackson from 56 yards out. Jacobs on a 1-yard rushing touchdown. Prescott 10 yards to McKeon for a score, and then Elliott a 1-yard give as well for a score. So 17-13, your halftime score. Derek Carr, once again, 8 of 15, 140 yards passing and a touchdown. Dak Prescott, 11 of 17 for 141 yards passing and a touchdown. So pretty even there, 7-yard margin advantage of DC. But then Vegas and Dallas, Jacobs 11 of 39 in a score, Elliott 7 of 23 in a score. And then, Kenyon Drake has 2 carries for 7 yards, but Dallas has a 2-headed monster in the backfield right now. Raiders, with a lead on the road, I'm going to be running the football a lot in the second half. I try to work in Kenyon Drake, and we've seen Jalen Richard out there a few times. But then you also, of course, have Peyton Barber, but he really hasn't played a whole lot as of late. But I keep it fresh. I run the football by committee. You have a lead. We'll see if the Raiders can run the football when needed in the second half to potentially run the clock out and run away with the win if they continue stacking on Dallas. But Cowboys coming back, and we're going to have ourselves a whole new ball game in the second half. And once again, the difference is a missed extra point and a missed field goal by Greg Zuerlein, or else we'd be tied right now at 17. So Carr, 8 of 15, 140 yards passing and touchdown. Dak Prescott, 11 of 17, 141 yards passing and touchdown. Jacobs, 11 carries, 39 yards rushing and a touchdown. Hunter Renfrow, 1 for 2 and an end around. Kenyon Drake, 2 for 7. And Mariota was in for a play, has a yard carry as well. And then Dallas, Ezekiel Elliott trails Pollard by 6 rushing yards, has 7 carries, 23 yards on the ground, and a touchdown. Pollard, 8 of 29. And then both of those backs out of the backfield in the receiving game. Tony Pollard, 2 catches, 19 yards. Ezekiel Elliott, 1 catch, 1 yard. But for the Raiders, Deshaun Jackson leads the way with a 56-yard catch and run for a score, 1 catch, 56 yards receiving, and a touchdown. Darren Waller, right now out, injured, hasn't returned yet, so he's out. But we'll see if he returns. Left knee injury in this first half. They've sort of missed him, I feel like, since he went out with that injury, because they really haven't been able to move the football as good as they were when he was in, even with the running game and Carr getting the ball to other playmakers on offense. Jackson, 1 for 56 in the touchdown. Waller, 2 for 33 receiving. Hunter Renfrow has 2 catches, 18 yards. Brian Edwards, a catch for 12 yards. Zay Jones, the same for him there as well. Jacobs, 1 catch, 17 yards. And then Dallas on the flip side receiving. Cedric Wilson stepping up in Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb's absence, out on the COVID-19 reserve list and out because of an injury with concussion. Michael Gallup has a catch for 9 yards, but Cedric Wilson leads the way, 3 catches, 73 yards receiving. Dalton Schultz, 2 for 14. Noah Brown, 1 for 15. Pollard, as mentioned, out of the backfield, 2 catches, 19 yards. But Sean McKeon has the lone receiving touchdown for the Cowboys this afternoon with a catch for 10 yards and a touchdown. So 17-13 at the half. Raiders lead it on the road here on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving once again to everyone. By 4, 17-13. The difference with a passing and a rushing touchdown for both teams, respectively, is a missed Greg Zuerlein, extra point, and field goal, or else we would be tied right now at the half. As they're going to update us with the halftime report before we get a halftime show mid-season here on Thanksgiving, as always, before the upcoming Super Bowl 56 halftime performance from SoCal on Valentine's Day weekend. But in the meantime, a lot of football left to be played today, later on tonight, this upcoming weekend, and the rest of the season as well. But earlier today in the NFL on Thanksgiving is the Lions and Cowboys. Have always played on the holiday, it seems like. The Lions, 80-plus years. Cowboys, 50-plus years. The Lions are still winless, though. They're 0-10-1. They lost earlier on a game-winning field goal in a back-and-forth battle, losing by 2, 16-14. Andy Dalton, in absence of Justin Fields, in the start for the Bears. Third of the year for the former Bengal and Cowboy last year. Dalton was 24-39 for 317 yards passing, had a touchdown and interception. Both quarterbacks were sacked apiece, but Jared Goff, he didn't play bad. He had 2 passing touchdowns, but they lost DeAndre Swift, and they really, in the end, got away from the running game, I thought. Poor clock management as well. I mean, Jamal Williams did have 15 carries, 65 yards rushing, but the Lions basically allowed the Bears to come back and win the game, it felt like. Talk about balance. I mean, Dalton, of course, beat Goff in passing, even though Goff had one more passing touchdown. But 317 to 171, and then, okay, Detroit did lead in rushing by a starting back. Montgomery only had 17 carries, 46 yards, whereas, as mentioned, Jamal Williams, 15 of 65, and also 5 catches, 18 yards. Out of the backfield, the Bears just, in the end, snapping a 5-game losing streak as well, found a way to win late. They moved the ball on a 7-minute drive to close it out and won the game on a game-winning field goal. So credit to them. They're now 4-7. Detroit, as mentioned, they now dropped to 0-10-1. Receiving in this game, Darnell Mooney was 5 of 123 receiving. Cole Kmet had 8 catches, 65 yards. Bird, 4 for 42. Jimmy Graham, 2 for 34 and a score. That was very early in the game, the lone touchdown by Chicago. Montgomery also had 3 catches, 28 yards out of the backfield to go along with his 45 yards rushing. Jakeem Grant, the former Dolphin, had 2 catches, 25 yards receiving. And then Detroit, Josh Reynolds and TJ Hawkinson had the touchdowns. The Lions had it, and they let the Bears off the hook, as the Cardinals once did on Monday Night Football. But, the Lions, they'll win 1, maybe 2 by the end of the year. They really should have 3, 4, 5 wins right now, to be honest with you. But they're 0-10-1, so they're 0-10-1, end of story. But yeah, Josh Reynolds was 3 of 70 in a score. Hawkinson, 3 catches as well, 35 yards in a score. St. Brown, 4 for 23. Williams, 5 of 18. Raymond, 3 for 16. And Swift, he really didn't have anything on the ground, but he did have 3 catches, 9 yards. But he went out with a shoulder injury and did not return. And even with Jamal Williams, it wasn't enough. And now we're going to see these highlights. And the only highlight they're going to show is the game-winning kick from Cairo Santos from 28 yards out for the win, as the Bears once again defeat the Lions in the NFC North 16-14. Yeah, really, how many times can the Lions not blow it, but afford to lose a close game like this? Yeah. So I feel bad for Dan Campbell and the Lions, I do, but at the same time, at 0-10-1, They're 0-10-1. Even if they should have a few wins, they don't. And they're winless. I wonder, instead of Turkey, if he's biting off some kneecaps with another loss. He's probably about ready to eat his own kneecaps at this fucking point. But, yeah. I'll digress on that situation. The Lions are still winless. But on the flip side, they can't beat their own record from 0-16 back in 2008. Hell, they can't even go 0-17 now because they tied a couple weeks ago against Steelers. They can go 0-16-1 and become the first ever team to do that, but, you know, that's not a good thing to be a part of either. So hopefully they'll win a few games by the end of the year. They're going to hold the number 1 overall pick at this point in time in the draft next April. And, I mean, they just need weapons for Jared Goff. Hawkins is a tight end. They have a few damn good running backs in DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. He doesn't have any fucking wide receivers to throw a damn ball to. Even if he had 2 passing touchdowns today, and that was a surprise because they haven't been able to throw the ball hardly whatsoever as of late. But in the end, the Bears defeat the Lions by 2 on a game-winning field goal, 16-14 at halftime, with the 25th anniversary of the Salvation Army halftime performance during a Cowboy game. The Raiders lead the Cowboys 17-13. We'll have Luke Combs perform from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. And the question is, what 2-3 songs during this extended halftime will he, in fact, sing for the Red Kettle Salvation Army halftime performance? Be sure to hit that donate and red subscribe button right here on YouTube as well. Home marches on. The tradition continues. Luke Combs for the Salvation Army. He's going to start out with When It Rains, It Pours. Yep, here we go. Always bitching and moaning. Women, can't live with them, can't live without them. Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders out there as well. As earlier, I forget who performed for the Lions halftime. They actually had that up in the corner. Normally it's always on the field. Combs on the field. He's a big App State and Carolina Panther fan. He's from the backwoods, North Carolina, and arguably right now is one of the hottest country music singers of this generation. He has 13 straight #1 singles. The first to ever do that in history. So, yeah. Luke Combs performing at halftime if you're just now tuning in. And thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media, links in the description below. He starts this song out with his concerts as well. As of late, he has, since they've returned to the road. Of course, just being a fan, he's one of my favorites among a few others right now, and of course, all time. But of course, just seeing videos online, right here on YouTube. Yeah, he always, or has as of late, once again, has started his shows off with When It Rains, It Pours, and that's what he's currently singing, performing right now. And, his songs, country music storytelling. If you're telling us a story, it better be a damn good one. And right now, he's one of the best at it. He is. Whether you like him or not, you got to respect it. It's like Roman Reigns in the WWE. As much as you hate him for how successful he is, you got to respect him for how good he is. So, yeah. When it rains, it pours, as they say. What's he got next? All right. He'll probably end with Beer Never Broke My Heart a bit. As that is arguably, well, it depends on how many songs they give him, 3 or 4. He might sing Hurricane. He probably will. But Hurricane and When Beer Never Broke My Heart came out, those 2 songs single-handedly put him over the top. But, yeah. When it rains, it pours. The Beautiful Crazy. We'll see what else he's got up his sleeve. He actually just released a new song recently during the CMAs and doing this. You know, he might sing that. I know he performed it, I believe, that night, if I'm mistaken. But, yeah, don't we all wear our heart on our sleeves anymore? I mean, we should, really, the way the fucking world's going, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. But, yeah. Luke Combs at halftime. AT&T Stadium in North Texas, with the Raiders on top, 17-13 against the Dallas Cowboys. He's going to take his guitar off, and here we go with some diamond rings and football teams tearing this old boy apart. But, yeah. I'll let him sing it. Five true things right there. All, in fact, true. Yeah. Long neck eyes, cold beer, never broke my heart. Like diamonds and football teams have torn this boy apart. Like neon dreams, I'm sure there's a few fans in attendance with some long necks that are hoping their team holds on to win this game right now, or if Cowboys can come back and win it. But we'll find out and know for sure who's going to win here in a half a play. Yeah, he came out with Hurricane, 2016, 2017? And then, 13 number ones has to speak for something. Looks like he's going to sing 3 songs and walk off. 3 songs for halftime for a football game, though, is, average. Especially for an in-season game. It's not the Super Bowl, for God's sakes. But bringing the rock to country music. Happy Thanksgiving, and thank you. They'll fade to black, and we'll hit the third quarter momentarily. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But no, he's been on a skyrocket of a rise the past few years, and yeah, he's arguably right now one of the hottest country music acts here in 2021. But, yeah, Luke Combs with the halftime. Luke Combs with the halftime performance. I don't know who's performing later on tonight. Of course, I'll be watching, but I won't be doing any live watch-along reactions with the Bills and Saints, but it still should be a good game. Superdome on the Bayou with Josh Allen taking on Trevor Siemian and Taysom Hill, who just extended his contract, but they're missing Drew Brees, of course, who retired after last year. And then losing Jameis Winston to a ACL injury earlier in the year, done for the season. I said last week, I feel, because the Saints are on a few-game losing streak right now. There's still a lot of football to be played. I feel they're in trouble. And I feel right now the Saints aren't going to be making the playoffs. With as tight as the standings are in both the AFC and NFC, but, the NFC South for the Saints, of course, you got Tampa going to try to defend their Super Bowl. And then the Panthers are at 500 right now. Started strong. Downhill slide, but they're back steady. And now, of course, you still have New Orleans there. But then in the AFC East, the Bills have allowed the Patriots to retake over the division at first place right now. But, we just passed the halfway mark. Division-wise, everybody has to play each other twice anyway, as it is. So it'll all work itself out, and then we'll get 14 of the 32 in the playoffs come, a little less than 2 months from now. Mid-January, as the playoffs will begin a week after they normally would on January the 15th because of the expanded regular season for an extra week for 18 weeks now. But, so the Super Bowl is just pushed back a week to mid-February rather than early February. But over the course of time, throughout history, the Super Bowl always used to be end of January. Then it's always been, the first Sunday in February. Now it's going to be the second Sunday in February moving ahead. But we'll come at halftime following Luke Combs singing When It Rains It Pours, Beautiful Crazy, and Beer Never Broke My Heart. Be sure to go check out Luke Combs if you haven't done so already, whether you like country music or not. I have a good feeling you'll like Luke Combs. But if you don't, you don't then. You're lost. But we'll get back to it here in a few seconds or so. And the Raiders will be back deep to receive as they won the coin toss, looked to defer, and kicked off. So they'll get the ball here, begin the third quarter of play. Not like the coin toss from earlier. Always on Thanksgiving for some unknown reason. Issues with the coin toss. Earlier, to start the game, the Bears as the visitor, they, of course, called what they called. The Lions won the toss. They elected to defer, and the Bears still wanted to defer. No, you can't do that. It was hilarious, no doubt about it. But the Bears in the end still won, so that's all they care about. But no issues with the coin toss in this game. But it always seems like there's an issue with the coin toss at Thanksgiving. Go back to overtime with the Steelers and Lions, back in '98, and they had the same a week and a half or so ago before they ended in a tie. But Raiders to begin the second half, up 17-13 at the Dallas Cowboys here on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving once again, everyone. And thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, the thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. And next commercial break, we'll preview college football and the NFL for this upcoming weekend, so stay tuned. But we have some first half highlights now. Raiders 17-13.
That was not exactly a quick moving first half, and you're ready to get this restarted again?
Yep, this is game 2 for us. And literally, you have a certain energy level, and you're like, wow, this is almost like starting another game. We just did a full half of it, but it's been a good half in a lot of ways for both teams, and also half that feels like the game's going to come down to a turnover.
What did I say about turnovers earlier? Yeah, exactly. They finally realized that in the booth, that this game might, in fact, come down to a turnover. Yet I said it at the start of the damn game. Turnover or big special teams play of some sorts to set up potentially the game-winning drive. Maybe a kickoff return for a touchdown right now for the Raiders to start the second half. How about that? shut these Cowboy fans at home.
Rep a whole bunch of stuff to confuse another team. So you got to do kind of what you are, which is why teams usually can have some efficiency. Unless it's an opponent that knows you really well.
Dallas on the kickoff as the sun sets. And we'll have a touchback. First and 10 Raiders from the 25. So no kickoff return for a touchdown by any means, but touchback, first and 10 for the silver and black. Told you with TP, Zeke with his knee injury, and then getting him involved in the pass game. And then, of course, as of late, as they ended the first half they're running Pollard more. And credit, and it was working. Why not run it? Why not? Why go away from it when it's working in your favor? So 2nd and 5 after a 5-yard gain for Josh Jacobs. Raider football here. 30 seconds into the second half. 17-13, and Darren Waller walks back out on the field in street clothes. He's going to be out for the rest of the afternoon. That's not a good thing for Vegas. So Foster Moreau is going to have to step up a tight end. They're going to run an end around near side to Zay Jones on a toss, and he trips himself running into his blocker. And 87 Foster Moreau, and he's going to, on 3rd and 5, only get 4 and be 3rd and short, 3rd and 1 officially. How do you trip yourself running into your own blocker? Come on, dude. And then he got up. He actually might have got the first down, but they say 3rd and 1. Of course, because in the NFL, you fall, you can get back up because you got to be down by contact. College football, you fall to the ground and catch it or run it, you're down. Yeah, run the ball up the middle. 3rd and 1, they do just that. But Jacobs is going to have to avoid a tackle for a loss. He can't. Going to lose 4, maybe 5, be 4th down, and the Cowboys get an early second half stop. They're going to get the ball back and look to take their first lead of the afternoon. Should have ran to the other side rather than your side.
All of a sudden, 3rd and short. See the Cowboys excited. It's a big time play. 44% on 3rd and 3 or less. That is terrible. That's the worst mark.
4th and 5 from the 30. Raiders on to punt here to begin the second half after a quick 3 and out, just as the Cowboys did to begin the game. And now a fair catch, but the ball is going to bounce out of bounds. And then some pushing and shoving into the sideline, and now a fight's broken out. Some pushing and shoving, flags coming flying. No flags yet. The ref has it in his hand. He didn't throw it, though. There's going to be a penalty. They almost went into the replay booth on the field. They're trying to separate them as they're on the Raiders sideline, so all the Cowboy players are going to have to run back across the field. I'm sure the crowd's going to be into it now. Cowboys probably use that as some momentum to drive and score. They just were blocking each other and started pushing and shoving each other some more into the sideline. Almost took out the replay booth. The whole way to the sideline, the whole way to the stands. I don't think anybody threw a punch. They were just pushing and shoving back and forth at each other. And, yeah, no flag on the play. Let's go Cowboys, Chance. You can't do that. Now there is a flag. It's on the sideline. But, okay, and now they're going to break out the index card. Writing down some notes on who was involved, and somebody's probably going to get ejected because when they break out a notebook to figure it out, there's a lot to unwind then at that point to move ahead. Okay, so what do we got on the call? There's a flag. After the play was over, got a personal foul on the return. His mic's not on, so we can't even hear him. And we're going to have a personal foul on the Cowboys as well. And they're both going to be ejected, thrown out. And the ref's actually bleeding. The ref cut himself on his chin. So we don't know who just got thrown out, what the numbers were, because the mic wasn't on. But a personal foul on both the Raiders and Cowboys. And it seems like they've both just been ejected, thrown out, because he gave him the, you're out of here. Hopefully they show a replay of that again, because that was funny. You ate too much goddamn turkey, now you're going to pay for it, bitch. One of those. I'm sure that's happening all over the damn country there right now. Regardless of how close families are, everybody's always fighting with each other anyway, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, that was funny. Wasn't expecting. I mean, it did get chippy earlier, but they, controlled it. They controlled that as well. They threw a flag though, and now they've been ejected. Watch for the league to probably fine them, maybe even suspend them. I mean, it really wasn't anything major. It wasn't like, Myles Garrett to Mason Rudolph a couple years ago on a Thursday night. But yeah, wasn't dirty by any means. Wasn't a Dominican Sue stepping on people either on Thanksgiving, but just stupid, Gotta play smart, play their head. They just got into it and kept pushing and shoving each other back and forth, and it escalated to the sideline the whole way to the stands before the refs came in and broke it up best they could, but they almost took out the damn replay booth. I wonder if, in fact, they would have, if that, would be out of action the rest of the game with a so-called, in quotes, injury, and then they wouldn't be able to go there and look to review plays on the sideline. Like, everything would still have to come up from above, and they just have to relay the message then at that point. But, yeah, mini fight just broke out, and two players ejected on Thanksgiving, so they get an early shower and an early supper, but we'll get back to it. After the punt, it'll be 1st and 10 for the Cowboys, going to try to capitalize off of a Raider 3-and-out to begin the second half, and also that scuffle with both teams being involved. As to begin the game, the Cowboys went 3-and-out, and the Raiders then drove and scored. So the Raiders just went 3-and-out. Can the Cowboys now drive and score? We'll see. 1st and 10, boys, down 4, 17-13. 12:52 to play in this third quarter. Ball going to be, it looks like, at the 17-yard line. 17-yard line, 1st and 10. Schultz in motion. Under center's Prescott. Elliott in the backfield. And they'll run an end around near side of Tony Pollard, who's going to break a first down to the 30 for a 15-yard gain. 1st and 10, Cowboys. So Roderick Teamer and Kelvin Joseph have been ejected. From the 29, 1st and 10. Wilson in motion again. They haven't gone to Noah Brown lately. Maybe go to him, deep ball near side. No, they run a screen. Incomplete intended for Elliott. 2nd and 10.
Jefferson. Yep, and Jefferson's on run against the left guard. This time it's Connor McGovern, who started last week for the first time. Been rotating a little bit, but one-on-one block right there. No chance. You see 66, 77. 77 right there. You need to get the ball. That's the one.
From the 29, 2nd and 10. And Prescott batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Good defensive play by the Raiders. 3rd and 10.
Miscues to start the second half. Got a good run to start off. And get a tip ball at the line. And the penalty is really the key part. It's been like that way. Just feel like they have 3 or 4 big plays that we called.
3rd and 10 now from the 29. Dallas hasn't been able to move the football in this drive. Prescott 3-step drop, stepping up, avoids the sack, gets rid of it, and overthrow. There's a penalty. That's a good call. That's a pass interference. Yeah, that's a penalty. 10 for Gallup, incomplete. 15 yards, though, first down. Yeah, that was a good call.
You really thought Dallas going in right here without Lamb, without Cooper, Gallup wasn't here for the early part of the year, but he's got big play potential.
Before the pass was thrown, holding, but it's still going to be a first down. 5 yards on a defensive hold, automatic first down after the incompletion on 3rd and 10. 1st and 10.
This is game 3 in his return from IR. Oh, no question about that one.
That was the second interference, looking down the field. He was getting held all the way down the field, and that's why I think going to hit in man-to-man situations can really help you. That's why you have guys who are really good. It's like, hey, Pollard, he's explosive, he's tough to go. Get in the man-to-man.
Now an empty set. Zeke in motion near side in the slot. Prescott looking his way, but he's going to go other side. Complete to Cedric Wilson, and Wilson gets to the 40 for a 6-yard gain. 2nd and 4, excuse me.
So, Jim, see the 4 guys on this side right there? What you're doing is you're going to motion now and go run a normal play, but you got a chance to see, okay, what would they have been in?
It's probably best seated to go to Wilson far side for 6. Zeke probably would have dropped it or stuffed a no gain anyway. So 2nd and 4. Zeke's a little overrated in my opinion. He is. Pollard gets the carry and tackle for loss in the backfield. 3rd and long. 3rd and long for the boys.
They go flying right to the quarterback as you see 92, and you hit the running back on the way to him. Solomon Thomas using that speed. But right there, that's a slow developing play. Against a defense like this, you want to crack to the outside, or you want to run straight ahead quickly. Slow developing.
Another empty with 4. Near side, they're going to dump it off on a screen to Pollard. And he's going to get 7. It'll be 4th and short at the 41, and they'll have to punt. So both teams are going to go 3 and out to begin the second half.
That was set up. Kellen Moore from before being like, ooh, we have numbers, we have leverage.
And not enough. Needed 1, maybe 2 many more.
Just need to block right there.
For a first down, yeah, 4th and 3.
Old play, Hobbs makes 2 guys, splits them, turns it back inside. Well done. So Anger back out to punt.
Remember, special teams in the Cowboy loss on Thanksgiving last year against Washington was big. Fair catch from the 15, 1st and 10 Raiders from there. Got a flag on the field. Jesus Christ. Who had the over-under on the flags today? I think we've already hit and surpassed that. It has to be at least a good 15, almost 20 penalties, I'd say, right now. Total between both teams. We'll see what this is. During the kick, an illegal block in the back. Normally, it's an illegal block in the back or a hold. Force the 10 yards, end of the run, 1st and 10. They'll take a TV timeout. Penalties, yeah. Vegas with 12 total. 13 total now. The Raiders 6 for 54, and the Cowboys 7 for 75 in the penalties. Too many. Way too damn many. But 17-13 still your score here early second half with 2 3 and outs by both the Raiders and Cowboys to begin the second half. I said earlier we'd preview college football in the NFL. Well, here goes nothing. Right now in college football, Fresno State leads San Jose State 40-9. Midway through the final quarter of play. Still to come in about an hour or so. The Vince McMahon $100 million Egg Bowl from Muddy, Mississippi and SEC West. Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss and Mike Leach and Mississippi State. Expect a lot of points to be scored in that one. But college football began the other night. We had some action on Tuesday with the winners, of course, as mentioned last weekend, going to be receiving the MAC championship in the regular season of hoisting the trophy of shower curtain rings high in the air. If you know, you know, as that was the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Now here we are today, third quarter, with the Raiders on top, 17-13. Raider football when we return. But one final weekend of college football this weekend, and then the actual conference championship games the first Saturday in December before the following day, college football playoff to be revealed with the rest of the bowl games. And keep an eye out for more live watch-along reaction streams live here on the YouTube channel of college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling, along with a college football bowl game preview and NFL playoffs preview as well when the time rolls around. But Ball State defeated Buffalo 20-3 on Tuesday, and Western Michigan defeated Northern Illinois 42-21. Games tomorrow. Well, I'll hold that thought. I'll digress. We'll get back to it momentarily. We'll preview the rest of college football in the NFL shortly. 1st and 10 from the 25. Carr on a fake, complete at the 40 to Renfro. Out past midfield he goes, and into Cowboy territory for a big Raider first down. Pushed out of bounds around the 45-yard line or so, give or take a few yards, depending on the spot. Under 10 to play in this third, 1st and 10. And CBS with some more technical difficulties. Now we're back to it. All right. Yeah, they'll probably mark him out around the 46, 47-yard line. Actually, to the 44. Okay. 1st and 10 from the 44. Don't second guess yourself, folks. Complete to Morneau in the flat near side. Back to the tight ends with no Darren Waller. Hey, they ran that play, the second play of the game, after a 2-yard run. Went to Waller on a pass to the tight end near side in the flat, and then the very next play, remember, with a 2nd and 7 to come for the Raiders. That was from 56 yards out from the 41-yard line. Remember the Carr passing touchdown to Jackson to take an early 7-0 lead. That doesn't go for a touchdown, but that goes for a first down. Another completion from Derek Carr to Hunter Renfro. And Derek Carr is now a little slow to get up, holding his right shoulder. Back of his neck, it looks like. Took another big hit. He's been taking a lot of hits today. Knee to the side of the head. Going down with an injury, but it looks like he'll be okay. Got a flag on the play. Marcus Mariota, the backup, he was in for a play earlier, ran it for a yard, but they really haven't done a whole lot with him this year. Got a personal foul on the Dallas Cowboys for roughing the passer. 15 yards, the end of the run, automatic first down for the Raiders. Penalties. Killing both of these teams, more so not right now, especially the Dallas Cowboys. Derek Carr with a roughing the passer. Walks back into the huddle with a big smirk on his face. It was a big hit. It wasn't as big as what he's already taken today, but it was to the head, so they threw the penalty. Now from the 15, 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Looking to retake an 11-point lead. Handoff to Josh Jacobs. Spin move at the 10. Brought down right there. 2nd and 5.5. 2nd and 5. 2nd and 4. Shit, they gave him 6 yards. There's no way in hell he got 6 yards on that run. No way in hell. Forward progress, though, wherever the ball's at when you're down, that's where the ball's going to be spotted. So, yeah, it's a 5.5-yard run. They gave him 6, 2nd and 4. And now from the 9, 2nd and 4. They got 7 shots to punch it in to go back up 11. Hand off to Jacobs. He's going to run up the middle. 1st and goal at the 3. 7:50 and counting to play in this third quarter. go back to the Cowboy game with the Chiefs, trading field goals and touchdowns back and forth. Okay, we have the difference being a missed extra point and a missed field goal, or else we're tied at 17 right now. I mean, trading touchdowns back and forth, 2 apiece, passing and rushing by both teams. But Mariota back in, Carr's lined up out wide near side, telling the corner, hey, bring it, come on, I'm getting the ball. No, Mariota going to tuck it and run. He's going to walk into the end zone, touchdown Raiders. To go back up 10, pending the extra point. What I'm getting at is there, okay, even if you score, Dallas, you have to stop them. You can't just continue to allow them to score touchdowns on you or score any points in general, because time's not going to be on your side as we wind down in this second half, and then it's going to be a little too late. Even if you're only down a few or back down 10, 11 here with a quarter and a half to play, timeouts, 2-minute warning, you're going to be SOL, man. Another rushing touchdown this afternoon. Run the damn ball, please, and thank you. And Mariota in on a trick play on a Wildcat. Direct snap to the quarterback, but he's the backup. Carr lined up out wide as a decoy, and Mariota fakes it and walks in for a touchdown. 24-13 now. Raiders extending their lead on the road this Thanksgiving against the Dallas Cowboys. As mentioned, tomorrow in college football, in the Mountain West at high noon, Boise State and San Diego State. We have Kansas State, Texas, Eastern Michigan, Central Michigan, along with Miami of Ohio, just the Ohio Bobcats and Bowling Green. Utah State and New Mexico, along with Iowa and Nebraska, as Miami, Ohio plays on Saturday at Kent State. Okay. Tomorrow, Boise State, San Diego State. That should be a good one. That's going to be tomorrow's question of the day, so be sure to keep an eye on the poll to vote on it on Facebook and Twitter. Kansas State, Texas. Horns need a win bad. Even if they do win tomorrow, they're not going to a bowl game. Their season's done for. But 5-7 is better than 4-8, but not by much, even though it's just one win. Still, very disappointing season in Austin for the Texas Longhorns. So, hook 'em, but down. In the MAC, as mentioned, Eastern Michigan, Central Michigan, Ohio and Bowling Green, Utah State, New Mexico, from the land of corn in the heartland, Iowa and Nebraska, tomorrow 1:30 on the Big Ten Network. UTEP UAB, a very under-the-radar game, in my opinion. Along with Boise State, San Diego State. I believe Boise, San Diego State's the best game in the afternoon tomorrow. We also still have Cincy and East Carolina. Bearcats up to number 4 now in the college football playoff rankings. 2 more wins for the most part. They're in the college football playoff as the first non-power 5 to make the playoff in college football history. Also, tomorrow, a border war with Mizzou and Arkansas, South Florida, Central Florida, Coastal Carolina, South Alabama. We have UNLV, Air Force, Colorado, and Utah. TCU needs a win to become bowl eligible at 6-6. They play at Iowa State. North Carolina, NC State, and the Apple Cup tomorrow night. Washington State and Washington. And then we'll get into Saturday college football and Sunday NFL action momentarily, as Fresno State defeats San Jose State, as they'll be rooting for Boise State tomorrow. If the Broncos beat the Aztecs, Tony Pollard off to the races. He's going to return it for a touchdown, 100 yards. What I say about special teams. The ref fell down on the sideline. Question is, did he ever step out? 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. TP wipes his way down the sideline for 6. Tony Pollard from the goal line. That's a good block right there. No penalties. Carlson misses them. He never steps out. The ref falls down. And he walks in for 6. Touchdown, Cowboys. and they are right back in this game. Tony Pollard, I'm telling you, he's better than Zeke. Finally used him in the pass game, now getting involved in special teams on a return, and the Cowboys just like that. Down by 4 again, 7 minutes on the dot to play in the third quarter, 24-20. After a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown to cut it to 4, 24-20. But as mentioned, yes, Fresno State defeating San Jose State 49. They'll be rooting for Boise State tomorrow because if a Boise State blue turf squad, if the Broncos defeat San Diego State, Fresno State's going to the Mountain West Championship game. San Diego State wins, well, Fresno State will still go to a bowl game, but not to the conference championship game. So that game just wrapped up. That's final. Still got some college basketball on. We'll wait, of course, the Egg Bowl and the nightcap here on NFL Thanksgiving Thursday with the Bills and Saints, but the Cowboys. Unsportsmanlike conduct with a leverage on the defense. Okay, Dallas is going to take the extra point off the board. Going to try to make this a 3-point deficit. Of course, half the distance, the Cowboys are now going to go for 2. So we took a commercial break, and then we come back because of the try, but there was a penalty, so they're going to replay the down. And now Dallas is going to go for 2 from the 1 to make it a 3-point lead. Out of the pistol, Prescott, they're going to run trickery, and they're not going to get it. Should have kept it. Now they're down 5. Nice, good defensive stand by the Raiders. But what I said a little bit ago, one big special teams play, potentially for a score or to set up your team to potentially score then, to cut the lead or find a way to win it when the game's on the line late. Cowboys with a 100-yard kickoff return for 6. Down the far sideline in the end zone for a touchdown. And then the Raiders, even with a penalty on the extra point, Cowboys decide to go for 2. They make a stop. And it's back to a 5-point lead rather than a 4 when it could be a 3. First kickoff return on Thanksgiving since 2010. That was Brad Smith with the Jets. I believe that was against the Bengals, if I'm not mistaken. As the NFL, up until 2006, always just had 2 Thanksgiving games. It was always the Lions and Cowboys. And then in 06, for the past 15 years, as it's been 16 years since the Raiders beat the Cowboys, we've had 3 games on Thanksgiving. We still got 1 to kick off after this, but still 7 minutes to play in this third quarter. 24-19 now your score. So 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, but they take the extra point off the board, decide to go for 2. They don't get it. Trail by 5, 24-19. Raiders going to get the ball back. Touchback on the kick, so no back-to-back 100-yard kickoff return for touchdowns here today by any means, but the Raiders are getting the football back with a lead. The difference still is a missed extra point, a missed field goal, and a failed 2-point attempt. But they wouldn't have went for 2 if they would have had the missed extra point and the missed field goal from earlier, because we'd be tied at 24 to tie it up with that 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. And Jacobs had that catch. He would have been off the races if he would have caught that at midfield. He had green grass in front of him for days. What the prairie used to look like. But no. Drops it incomplete. That's a drop. You got to catch that. Carr taking some more shots, but 2nd and 10. There's balance for you for the Raiders. 21 rushes and 21 passes. And they lead by 5. They're holding on. They're getting lucky to an extent, but they're holding on right now. From the 25, they're going to fake an end around. and then run a screen to the end-around man, and number 7, Zay Jones, is going to lose about 2 yards in the backfield, 3rd down and 12.
Because the Cowboys had that defended, and it's a loss in the play of the yard. Well, we talked about changing it up for Dallas. This was a
3rd and 11 officially for the silver and black from the 24. Yeah, CBS with some technical difficulties today. I don't know if anybody else is having what I'm experiencing right now. I know everyone's watching because it is Thanksgiving, and that's just what you do on Thanksgiving is you eat and you watch football, as you should all season long to begin with. But Carr on 3rd and 11 going to tuck it and run. He's going to get a first down and more down the Cowboys sideline towards midfield. Big first down run by Derek Carr. Said earlier about special teams, we just had that. Still no turnovers. But with these quarterbacks, whoever doesn't turn the ball over, maybe make some big plays when the game's on the line late like that. Still got a quarter and a half to play. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over and who does make those big plays is going to end up winning. Dallas has the biggest play of the game thus far, no doubt about, with a 100-yard kickoff return. But offensively, it's been even. It has. Now we got a whistle. We're going to have a Cowboy timeout. It's our first of the game. Got a 1st and 10 for the Raiders. 5:45 to play in this 3rd quarter. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. We'll get back to college football and the NFL here momentarily as they take a split screen commercial rather than a full timeout. But yeah, that's where we stand at right now. 24-19. Few injuries, of course, entering today for the Cowboys, and then a few injuries for the Raiders during the game, and Darren Waller out, will not return. So, once again, who steps up and who's going to make some plays when this game's on the line and not turn the ball over? Even special teams, they're getting the Cowboys back in this game. Once again, going to come down to the wire, it seems like. Jackson in motion, and a handoff from Carr to the 49. Jacobs gets 4 on the gain. 2nd down, and they give him 2 when it should have been 3, if not 4. Now 2nd and 8. This officiating is just awful anymore. I tell you what, they can't even spot the fucking football right. 2nd and 8 from the 48, following the timeout and that 2-yard run. And Carr now fakes a give, rolls out, throws it in the ground, intended for Jackson. Incomplete, but that was the best throw he could have made on that because he was going to go down on the sack or turn the ball over, and you don't want that to happen. 3rd and 8. Why don't you take a deep shot? Neither team's taking a deep shot yet. If I'm just about ready to say Oakland or LA or even in Oakland, now Vegas, they're the Raiders. Why don't you take a deep shot? Carr looking to throw. He will go deep. He's going to go deep down the middle of the field and intended for Jackson, incomplete. Now we got a late penalty flag. What's that? Pass interference on the Raiders, Cowboys. DPI, defensive pass interference. Automatic 1st down. A lot of penalties today, a lot of pass interferences. Just a lot of stupid bonehead decisions. First and 10 from the 35 Carr. A little too high, incomplete. Intended for Morneau and Zay Jones. They want another penalty. They're not going to get it, though. But yeah, 6 defensive penalties against Cowboys today. 4 of them on 3rd down to keep Raiders drives alive. And they've scored for the most part on all of them. So, luck to an extent. But they're still outplaying the Cowboys right now, I feel. You know, even with the 100-yard kickoff return for 6, extra points to go, but they take it off because of a Raider penalty, and then they decide to go for 2 and don't get it. They wouldn't have went for 2 because of the difference of a missed extra point and a missed field goal. They would have had those, we'd be tied at 24. 4-4-4 to play in this third quarter, but 24-19 is where we stand. 3rd and 6 after a 4-yard run by Kenyon Drake. They're in field goal range. If you do have to settle for 3, okay, so be it. You know, you'd be up 8, and then Dallas would need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it at 27 apiece in the fourth quarter. And then another whole new ball game at that point. 3rd and 6 from the 31. Carr complete to Renfro. He's not going to get the first down, though. Marked out of bounds, short of the line again, around the 28, 27-yard line, it looks like. Be 4th and short, kick it, kick the field goal, go up 8, make them drive on you, score another touchdown and have to go for 2 when, okay, you know they have scored touchdowns, but you know they haven't been able to convert on a 2-point attempt, but they really shouldn't even went for it on 2 because they already had the extra point, but they shouldn't have had to because they missed an extra point and missed a field goal from earlier, and we'd be even at that point. But now from 46 yards out, kick's going to be up and good. Raiders 27, Cowboys 19 with 3:28 to play in the third quarter. So, yeah, Dallas is going to need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it at 27. They're going to have to drive on offense, but hell, they didn't have to drive on offense last time. Had a 100-yard kickoff return for 6 from Tony Pollard. But the Raiders drive and kick a field goal. 8-point lead. Defense playing well. You have them right where you want them at still. 27-19, Raiders on top. Egg Bowl about to kick off about a half hour or so from now. Ole Miss and Mississippi State. But on Saturday in college football, as we've previewed tomorrow on Black Friday, we saw a fight earlier in the second half as well. I'm sure we'll see some videos and some fights tomorrow morning as Black Friday returns to its traditional old school 4 or 5 a.m. way, rather than even with all the online shopping, you know, no shopping early Thursday on Thanksgiving. But on Saturday in college football, as I'll have live watch along reactions of Penn State, Michigan State at 3:30. Hopefully you'll tune in to listen. Just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It is rivalry weekend. We will have Georgia and Georgia Tech. The game with Ohio State taking on Michigan from the Big House in Ann Arbor. Texas Tech and Baylor. Wake Forest, Boston College. 10-1 Houston plays at 1-10 UConn. In the Sunshine State of Florida, Florida State will visit the Swamp to take on the Gators without their head coach Dan Mullen after he was fired after last week's loss at Missouri in overtime, as Florida now joins the likes of USC, LSU, Washington, and Washington State, along with TCU and Virginia Tech, as the Power 5 schools with head coaching openings, as the coaching carousel is about to heat up over the next week. Keep an eye out for a coaching carousel video, along with a college football bowl game, bowl season preview as well. All you have to do is hit the red subscribe button. But also on Saturday, we have Maryland and Rutgers, with both teams needing wins to become bowl eligible. Same goes for that Florida State-Florida matchup down in Gainesville. In a, okay, Georgia Tech, Florida State, Florida, rivalry matchups, but even Clemson, South Carolina in the Palmetto Bowl, you very rarely see non-conference action in the final week of the regular season. But that's just how the schedule shakes out every once in a while. But also on Saturday, Army and Liberty, along with Navy and Temple, Miami, Ohio at Kent State, Akron, Toledo, Miami and Duke, Louisiana Tech, Rice, University of Texas San Antonio, trying to get to 12-0 at the Mean Green in North Texas, Charlotte and Old Dominion, Texas State, Arkansas State, Troy, Georgia State, Georgia Southern, App State, and then we'll get into everything 3 o'clock and later along with NFL Sunday a little bit later on, but back to it after the touchback. 1st and 10 Cowboys from the 25, down 8, 27-19 with 3:28 to play in the third quarter. 1st and 10, Pollard motion near side, Prescott looking his way, pass complete to 13, Michael Gallup to the 32 for a gain of 7, 2nd down and 3.
That's a good design right there. Motion, just run a simple stick route.
Prescott going to hand off to Ezekiel Elliott. He's 1 yard, 2 yards here and there. Tony Pollard gives them a better chance to win running the football, catching the football out of the backfield, and also now in the return game, as we just saw, the 100-yard kickoff return for 6. Don't be shocked if eventually, say next offseason, or even the year after, with Zeke's contract once again going to be coming up eventually, they decide to move on from him and not pay him again because he hasn't been getting it done as of late. And he's battled injury. And I'm saying this now at the end of 2021 on Thanksgiving, not when it actually happens. So I'll say I told you so when it does. But if it doesn't, it doesn't, you know? But if I'm Dallas, I'm working more Tony Pollard into the lineup than I am Zeke right now. But at the same time, you play both of them. Because then one's going to be a decoy and one's going to get the football. If not, open up somebody else to get the football too. And you keep scoring points, you keep winning games. And the aim of the game is to win. And it's on a single player that's going to winning the game every once in a while, maybe. Okay, I take that back, but it's a team sport. It's a team game. There's no I in team. So now we're trading some punts back and forth. Dallas Cowboy punt. Can't move the football, and they go 3 and out, and Vegas 1st and 10. 2:12 to play in the third, up 8, 27-19. They right now, if they drive 90 yards, 91 yards and score, Dallas only 2 timeouts, a quarter to play in 2-minute warning. The Raiders right now, if they drive and score, they can put this game away. They can. Completion to Zay Jones, off to the races, near side, out past the 30 to the 45. And another big 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Dallas is single-handedly right now just getting beat. And if they do, in fact, lose, they'll lose 4 or 5 on Thanksgiving, along with 3 of their last 4 here this season. Only win against the Falcons a couple weeks ago, and that's not saying much, even though they beat them by 40. Atlanta's somehow 4 and whatever the hell they are, have 4 wins. I mean, that has to speak for something, but, you know, Atlanta's just not been Atlanta since they went to the Super Bowl. Blowing this lead, blowing that lead, blowing this, blowing that, you know. Your mom blowing me, etc. So, yeah, I mean, just how it is. But now 2nd and 7. Ball at the 48 again. Run the ball. Run the damn ball. Run the clock. Under a minute to play. They dump it off to Kenyon Drake, and he gets a 1st down at the 42. They'll have to snap it once more. There's a 2-second differential between the game clock and play clock. Why are you going to hurry up? Slow it down. Okay. So it looked like they were going to go hurry up there for a second. I don't know why. Slow it down. You're going to have to snap it a few seconds, but then just run it. You'll have a 2nd down to begin the 4th and final quarter play with a 8-point lead, and you score here on this drive. You're going to put this game out of reach, I feel, for the Cowboys to come back and win it. I do. Time's not going to be on their side. From the 42, 1st and 10. Carr going to go deep has a man incomplete in the end zone 10 for Zay Jones, and no penalty. No pass interference when that was a clear-cut pass interference. That was a penalty, but they didn't throw it. So making up for maybe a few of them from earlier, but I don't know why you throw there. You run the ball. I mean, I get, okay, taking a deep shot, because nobody really has. I mean, you have, but to an extent you haven't. But now 2nd and 10 with 2 seconds to play in the third. Up 8, 27-19. The Raiders are against the Cowboys. 2nd and 10, yeah, run it. Run it. Have a third down to begin the quarter. What, are you going to call a timeout? That's just poor clock management. There is 2 seconds in the differential between the game clock and play clock. 1st and 10, you throw a deep ball, it's incomplete. When if you would have ran it, you could have ran the clock. Full incompletion, 2nd and 10, you let the play clock expire, you call a timeout. So now you have 2 remaining along with Dallas. Still 2 seconds to play in the third quarter. Take it to the fourth with a lead and run the damn ball and run this clock and run back to Vegas with a win.
I mean, look at all those teams that are in the mix. Well, and the other part, too, is your division, right? Kansas City has already beaten the Cowboys. The Chargers at 6-4. They lost to the Cowboys.
So now 2nd and 10 from the 42 following the timeout. Carr looking to throw again. He's going to dump it off on a screen to Kenyon Drake, who falls and then gets back up before getting tackled. Loss of about 5 yards. So it'll be 3rd and long now to begin the 4th and final quarter of play, as the Raiders, these past few plays, just shot themselves in the foot going the wrong way. Just stupid. But at the end of the 3rd quarter, 27-19, your score with the Raiders on top of the Cowboys. Derek Carr, 16-27 for 236 yards passing and a touchdown. That was on the 3rd play of the game to Deshaun Jackson, who still only has 1 catch for the 56 yards in the touchdown that he had. Prescott, 14-23 for 160 yards passing and a touchdown as well. That too, Sean McKeon on the 2nd Cowboy drive after they went 3-and-out to begin the game. And then, of course, Dallas has a rushing touchdown, whereas Vegas has 2, one by Josh Jacobs and Marcus Mariota from inside the 5. And then Dallas has a kickoff return for a touchdown as well from 100 yards deep. Raiders with 2 field goals. And the Cowboys' difference still is a missed extra point and a missed field goal. But they've since then even given up a few more big plays and allowed the Raiders to still score. So, the Raiders right now to begin this 4th quarter with still no turnovers in this game. So keep an eye out for those. I said at the start, turnovers, penalties and turnovers, there's been a ton of those, yellow flags, but no turnovers yet. I mean, you can look back to, the catch and fumble or the incompletion. They didn't challenge. They go 3-and-out once they get the ball back. The Raiders are just playing better football than the Cowboys are right now. Dallas can barely move it when they run Zeke. Pollard, he'll be getting a turkey leg if they come back and win, but the Raiders right now can put this game away with a touchdown. Field goal, okay, back to an 11-point lead, but then you go back for the Cowboys' point of view of it, as mentioned, you're not going to want to be trading as you did last week, field goals for touchdowns. Even touchdowns for touchdowns and touchdowns on your end and forcing them to kick. But then you can't do anything on your end when you get the ball back anyway, so what's the point? There's no effect to it. Doesn't matter then. 3rd and 15 to begin the 4th quarter for the Raiders, an incompletion near side. 4th down and silver and black on to punt. So Cowboys going to get it back, down 8, needing a touchdown on 2 points to tie it. Until they do, they're in a hole. And they're going to try until this game's over, whether it ends in regulation, overtime, hell, maybe a tie again for all we know. Hope to God not, but you just never know. They're going to be, for the most part, not moving the football. And whether they're getting stops or not, they're still down. They have to do something on offense on this drive right now. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, get 7 for 3, okay, that's fine right now because there's still a quarter to play. You're down 5, but then you'd still need a touchdown because then down 5, the extra point, the missed kick, and the failed 2-point, when you had an extra point, going to come back to bite you. The difference is the missed extra point and the missed field goal and the failed 2-point. But really, at 27-19, it's just the extra point that was good, but then there's a Raider penalty. You decided to take it, half the distance, go for 2 from the 1, you don't get it. You keep the extra point, you're only down 7, and a touchdown ties it rather than we have to score and we have to go for 2 again, yet this time we have to get it. 1st and 10, that's complete to Noah Brown. First catch for him since first half. And it'll be 2nd down and about 4. Second and 4 officially from the 33. Prescott deep ball near side. Has a man, Michael Gallup, in stride. Inside the 30 he goes, out of bounds, 1st and 10. There's your big deep ball for Dallas here this afternoon. As the Raiders just got beat and right in the breadbasket. Gallup stepping up in absence of Coop and CD. From the 26, 1st and 10. Out of the guns, Prescott. Right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial in this 4th and final quarter playing. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Prescott, screen your side to Zeke, and he's got a few blockers, and he's going to get inside the 15 for a 1st down. First and 10 for the Cowboys. Nice block by McGovern and Gallup from the 14, 1st and 10. Prescott in the end zone, incomplete. A little too much. 10 for Michael Gallup. A little underthrown towards the side as well. Gallup tripped and fell too a little bit. Incomplete. 2nd down. 2nd and 10. They got 7 shots now to punch it in. You got to score a touchdown now on this drive and get the 2 and tie this up at 27. You're at home. Crowd's going to get into it. Make a stop on defense. 2 timeouts apiece. 2-minute warning. Dallas can score, tie this game up, make a stop on D. You know, who knows? Maybe they come back and win this. But 3rd down now after a few yard completion to Noah Brown. Out of bounds at the 6.5, 7-yard line, it looks like. The 3rd down. 3rd and 3. 12:15 counting to play. 27-19 Raiders. Prescott looking to throw over the middle, caught, touchdown, Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz from 6 yards out for a score. Dallas going to go for 2 to tie it up at 27. Wait, there's a penalty. There's a penalty on the play. This might be coming back for a hold or a late hit. If it's a late hit, well, it'll be half the distance. They'll go for 2 from the 1 again. We'll see if they can get it because it'll be on the Raiders zone at that point. See what the call is. But a simple post in the seam for the tight end, caught, touchdown. 2 fouls by the offense. So the touchdown's coming off the board. With an illegal formation, that's declined. And then we have a whole 10 yards. They'll replay the down. It'll be 3rd and 13. Third and 13 now back at the 17. Touchdown off the board. Still 27-19. Prescott looking to throw. Dumps it off complete to Pollard. And now they're going to have to settle for a field goal. You kick it. You kick it. But then even you're going to go back to the missed 59 field goal, the missed extra point, and the other extra point that you had that you took off because of a penalty. You went for 2 and didn't get it. That's 5 points. And this field goal would tie it if you had that. With 12:05 and counting to play. 4th and 7, 29-yard field goal from Zerline's up and good. 27-22 with 12 minutes on the dot to play.
Blackford.
27-22 Raiders. 12 minutes to play
40% off everything else.
here today.
The store ration order online to pick up inside or curbside. Exclusions apply. See site or ask in stores for details.
Also on Saturday in college football, Florida International and Southern Miss, UMass, New Mexico State, Hawaii, Wyoming, the Iron Bowl with Alabama and Auburn, the Civil War with Oregon State, Oregon, battle for the Land Grant Trophy, Penn State, Michigan State. Hopefully you'll tune in to listen, live watch long reactions then. Live here on YouTube. Also Western Kentucky and Marshall with Western Illinois, Indiana, Purdue. Vandy plays at Tennessee, Virginia Tech and Virginia, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Tulsa, SMU, Louisiana Monroe, Louisiana Lafayette, Arizona State, Texas A&M, LSU, Middle Tennessee State and Florida Atlantic, West Virginia, Kansas, Bedlam between Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, Pitt plays at Syracuse, Clemson at South Carolina, Kentucky, Louisville, Tulane, Memphis, Notre Dame, Stanford, Nevada, Colorado State, BYU, USC, and Cal, UCLA, with Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and the Vince McMahon $100 million Egg Bowl in the SEC West from muddy and rainy Mississippi about to kick off here this Thanksgiving night. And we'll see if special teams plays a factor in this game as well. With, hey, maybe potentially scoring a touchdown late, acting like you're a dog and taking a leak, and then you miss a kick and you lose the game. But I'll digress there. 3 NFL games today, 2 college football, 1 in the books in each league. 1 ongoing NFL, 1 about to kick off as well in both college football and the NFL. We'll preview the NFL for this Sunday's and Monday night game momentarily, as the Zebras wish us a happy Thanksgiving. And they're wishing both the Raiders and Cowboys a lot of penalties, gifting them a lot of penalties, I should say, as both teams wish they didn't have the 17 total penalties they currently have, but I'll digress. 27-22, Raiders getting the football back with 12 minutes to play. Another touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 from the 25. Raiders with a 5-point, 27-22 lead. 12 minutes to play, 1st and 10. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying Thanksgiving and this NFL game. Share. Hashtag NFL. Hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. From the 25, 1st and 10. Carr going to step up and throw. Complete to Deshaun Jackson, the 40 near side, for a 16-yard gain. 1st and 10 at the 41. Work the run game in now. Run the clock. Run the football. Even you score here on this drive, field goal makes it another 8-point lead. They'd have to score and go for 2. Touchdown, you would think, would put it away at 2 scores at 12 points. So the Raiders can drive and score and extend their lead, this game for the most part is probably going to be over with. Handoff, Josh Jacobs near side for about 4, maybe 5. This might be coming back, though, for a hold with a penalty on the play. Holding 10 yards, they'll replay the down.
It's a 10-yard penalty. Replay first down. Well, that's the left guard, John Simpson. He's had a good game today. He's come up on some of the big plays. Touchdown run, for example, by Jacobs earlier. Some of these calls today. Good fumble recovery also with Simpson. Yeah, that was huge because the effort allowed them to get that ball going. Should have been those balls. But how many penalties? 18 overall. 10 by the Raiders. 10 by the Cowboys, I should say. 8 on the Raiders.
So 1st and 20 after the penalty from the 31. Out of the gun, Jones in motion. Carr pump fakes to him, looks back. Down the middle of the field, has a man wide open, and Hunter Renfrow inside the red zone. 1st and 10 at the 15, knocking on the door, looking to close this game out. Hunter Renfrow. First time I've said his name in quite a while. They go back to him for 50-plus down the middle of the field. There's your deep shot. Wide open. Wide open right down the middle of the field. Breaks a few tackles, down to 15, 1st and 10. And Derek Carr this year, as he just surpassed 300-plus yards, the Raiders are 5-0. When he doesn't throw for 300 yards, 0-5, and they're 5-5. So if that stat doesn't say they're going to win or lose if Carr doesn't throw for 300 yards or not, I don't know what is. And they have a 5-point lead, 4-yard run by Jacobs, knocking on the door, under 10 to play now. Raiders looking to beat the Cowboys here on Thanksgiving. 3rd time's a charm. They've played twice on Thanksgiving before, but they've never won. Cowboys are 2-0 and 6-6 all time in the series, back to 74. And as mentioned earlier, it's a win here, and then 2 in a row, 3 in a row, and the Cowboys are on a 3-game winning streak. Raiders haven't beat Dallas since 2005. 2nd and 6 from the 11, handoff Jacobs. And this might be coming back for another hold. A couple flags actually come flying, 2 yards up the middle. But Carr just surpassed 300 passing yards. He's now 18 of 30 for 306 in the touchdown, whereas Prescott is 20 of 30 for 248 in the touchdown. Got a hold, 10 yards, they'll replay it again, 2nd and 16.
Replay second down. Second holding call against the Raiders on this drive. There you'll see the call. 87. Another. You can't chuck them. That's good. I know that. But even the halftime period that they talked about, right? First cover, see it, they're playing you, and they say, okay, if they're going to
So from the 21, run the ball. Run the damn ball. Carr looking to throw. Checks it down and incomplete. Yeah, I don't understand why you're throwing. Run the damn ball now. It's Austin in 3rd and 16 to go. Dallas going to host WrestleMania next April for the 2nd time in the last 6 years. Elliott and the Cowboys sideline trying to get the crowd into it. 3rd and 16 with 9 minutes to play. Raiders up 5, 27-22. And remember, there has yet to be a turnover in this game. 3rd and 6 from the 21. Trips in a bunch near side. Carr complete to Renfrow. And he's going to be brought down at the 11-yard line. So they get the big play, but they can't really move it after that because of a few penalties. Now 4th down, they're going to have to settle for another field goal. But they go back up 8 if they convert. Dallas is going to need a touchdown and 2-point to tie it, which the Cowboys had on that last drive. But remember, there was a penalty. They have to settle for a field goal of their own. Down 5, 27-22. Now we're just trading field goals back and forth. So it's okay to settle for a field goal in that regard at that point. So just fact of the matter is, if the Raiders somehow lose this game, we'll look back on it. They had their chances, and they couldn't close it out. And they had to settle for field goals. But now we have another damn penalty. Jesus Christ. And what was it? 4th and 5? 4th and 6? And there's a penalty.
Remember, do you ever take points off the board, though, if you go to 4th and inches, right? What is it? It was 4th and 7.
4th and 7, okay.
Just take the points, Vegas, right?
Yeah, I'd take the points. I'd take the field goal. Hold my 8-point lead. You make them drive. You make them score. You make them go for 2 to tie it at 30. Because if you take this, you saw what happened. Dallas took the extra point off the board because of a Raider penalty, and then they couldn't convert on the 2-point attempt. Illegal formation on the Cowboys. Penalties decline. They're going to take the field goal, which is a good decision. Kick's good. 30-22 Raiders with 8:18 to play. They'll take a timeout. And the difference still is, even with Dallas allowing Vegas to drive and score some more points, a missed extra point, a missed field goal, and then another extra point that they took off the board themselves and decided to go for 2 and didn't get it. So do the math. They're down less than 8, but really they just need another field goal to tie it. But they're now going to need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it. So it's always small little things that add up in the end. And the Raiders, with the Cowboy penalty, they take the points and lead once again by 8. It's been all afternoon. Raiders on top by 8 or 11, it seems like. Remember, they're up 14-6, 17-6, 27-19, 30-22. We'll see what the final score ends up and who wins and who loses, but
Introducing DirecTV Stream.
the Cowboys on offense are going to need a few big plays, and the Raiders on defense are going to need a few big stops. Whoever can convert is going to win, and whoever doesn't turn the ball over will hold on to win. Turnovers. I feel, Prescott, whether it's a strip sack on a fumble or a fumble by one of the backs, more so than not probably Zeke. No offense, but he just hasn't played well compared to Tony Pollard. In all phases of the game, running, catching, and also in the return game. But then pressure on Dak and forced interception. Yeah. I smell a turnover on this Thanksgiving. So 30-22 with 8 minutes and 18 seconds to play. So Buffalo and New Orleans kick off in about 45 minutes, hour or so over on NBC. We'll see if we wrap up before then. But on Sunday in the National Football League, Week 12, and the final weekend of the month, we have, as the Raiders are on the kickoff again, kick it deep, make sure Pollard can't get a return. He's already returned 100 yards. It'll be a touchback, 1st and 10, Cowboys from 25. We have arguably 4 good games on Sunday. Steelers, Bengals, Buccaneers, Colts, Titans, Patriots, and Rams, Packers. Sunday Night Football will be Browns, Ravens, Monday night, Seattle, and Washington. But also on Sunday, we have the Panthers and Dolphins, Eagles and Giants, Falcons and Jaguars, Jets and Texans, along with the Chargers and Broncos, Vikings, and 49ers. So hopefully you'll tune in and listen to more live watch-along reactions this coming weekend in the World of College Football and NFL, respectively, live right here on YouTube. Be sure to hit that red subscribe button if you haven't done so already. But in the meantime, on Thanksgiving, 2nd down and 5 for the Cowboys, down by 8 with under 8 minutes to play now. 30-22 your score. And a pass near side, incomplete, intended for Michael Gallup, out of bounds. 3rd and 5. Yeah, they can't really move the ball, and they're not taking a whole hell of a lot of time off the clock. 3rd and 5 for Dallas. From the 30, trips near side, 3rd and 5, out of the guns, Prescott. Cowboys At home on this Thanksgiving, as always, trailing by 8. Prescott going to get on the sack. There's your big defensive play. It wasn't a turnover, but it was a sack. And it's going to be a turnover on downs, basically, because they're going to have to punt. 4th and 7, Dallas on to punt. Maybe you run a fake punt again, like you did last year on Thanksgiving against Washington. It cost you. Probably not. You still got 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. But you're down 8. You're going to have to get a stop on defense, no doubt about it. Because if you allow them to drive and score, field goal, touchdown in this game for sure is going to be over. Because time's not going to be on your side, whether you have timeouts or not. Hunter Renfrow on the punt return. Decent return out to the 26-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Raiders from there. 7-11 to play in this Raider-Cowboy Thanksgiving matchup. Even though Sheets is better, we're also underway in the Egg Bowl with Ole Miss and Mississippi State.
A drumstick will be also presented after the game. One player we feel had the biggest impact on the end result. That last sack had a huge impact. That was shocking.
1st and 10 for Vegas. From the 25-yard line, Carr going to hand off, and yes, you run this damn ball. Josh Jacobs for a few yards. Be 2nd down and about 7.
The Raiders, no turnovers today, Jim. That's how you go on the road and win. That's the number one thing coaches preach going into it. They've done that. And right now, if they can somehow take a little bit of a drive and go and kick a field goal, you could actually stop the Cowboys here today.
2nd and 8, and Zay Jones on the give. He gets 9 yards, just enough for a 1st down. They're going to move the sticks. 1st and 10, and now, yeah, Dallas with 2 timeouts. We'll see when they start to use them. Try to stop this clock, get the ball back. Down 8 right now. They call timeout? I believe so. 6:15 to play, but no timeout. We're going to roll on. 1st and 10, Vegas. Field goal is going to seal it. Go back up 11. The closest it was a 1-point lead because they missed the extra point early. But it's been 8 and 11-point deficits for the Cowboys at home against the Raiders today, all afternoon. To the 40 goes Jacobs again for 4, maybe 5. 2nd up. Second down and 6. And Jacobs for 5. It'll be 3rd and 1. Dallas with a timeout now. Now we got a penalty, so clock stops there. They'll luck out. We'll have a hold, 10 yards, replay the down. It'll be 2nd and... 2nd and long. 2nd and 18.
We'll see 75 right down here. He's going to go ahead. And that's just enough to maybe make a difference, but all these have felt like that. Just a little bit. That looks like one. That didn't go. That's actually the 4th of the game. 3rd of the quarter.
We have a total of 20 penalties today. 2nd and 16 officially okay from the 30. Jones in motion. Carr looking to throw. Going to dump it off. Just stay in bounds. 4.5 to play. He does. 5 yards on the reception. 3rd and 11. Dallas still has 2 timeouts. If they can get a stop here on 3rd down, call timeout, get the ball back with a timeout and, over 2 minutes to play, touchdown and a 2-point, ties it, go to overtime maybe. Okay.
At the end of the day, you need to get this ball back. You need your defense. Zeke says we need the crowd to get going. Because if they get this first down, it gets away from the defense. Where we used to like to get the ball.
3rd and 12 officially. Carr going to go deep down the far side. Looking to, and it's almost going to be picked off. Intended for Zay Jones, incomplete. Couldn't have asked for a better ball. And just good coverage by Dallas. They're looking to put the nail in the coffin with that. And then Jones actually made a play on it to jar the ball loose. Tackle of the defender on the pass. To force the incompletion rather than have it be picked off, but they would still start 1st and 10 from inside 10. Now the Raiders are on to punt, 4th and 12, looking to switch the field, play field position. Now we got to delay a game on the Raiders. 5 yards, still 4th down, 4th and 17, but they're gonna boom it and force the Cowboys to drive, score, go for 2 to tie this game up. And if their defense can hold them and stop, credit, and the Raiders will win. And from the 17 on the return, Cedric Wilson breaks a few tackles. Out past the 30 on the return. 1st and 10 Cowboys from there. 1st and 10, 2 timeouts, 3:41 to play. Touchdown and 2-point ties it. They need a touchdown. Can't settle. Cannot settle. Said at the start. They lost last week because they settled for 3 field goals. Lost by 10 at Kansas City, 19-9. Today, okay, Zerline 1 for 2 on field goals, missed an extra point. They have touchdowns. We'll see if they can punch it in again to tie this game up, but then they'll also have to go for 2 for the tie. 1st and 10 boys from the 31 with 3:41 to play. Prescott complete to Noah Brown, and Brown to the 36 for a gain of 5. 2nd down and 5.
The last time the Cowboys came back from a double-digit deficit on Thanksgiving, Tony engineered that comeback from 14 down to 2013 against the Raiders.
2nd and 6, Gallup. Holy hell. Another deep ball near side, right on the money from Prescott to Michael Gallup. Inbounds, 1st and 10. What a play. Nice throw, even better catch.
Keeping his toes in for sure. Yep.
Be 1st and 10 for the Cowboys.
He's got 19 pressures just in the last 4 games. I mean, can't give enough credit to Rod Marinelli. Get this defensive line to play like they have. That was a weakness years ago. That's a strength of this team now. And the only thing to look at, Gus Bradley, got to give him credit. Defensive coordinator. These guys know their system. Which was Saucia. But right now, that play, wow, here we go. Dak Prescott, can he bring him back in a big game? The number 1 seed is on the line here. That's what it's huge. If they lose this, I don't think
1st and 10 now from the 33 with Austin 3:16 to play. Hand off to Zeke, and the Cowboys stuff him. 2nd down and 10.
Which to me, when you have 2 times, I still want to go hurry up. Because I want to give myself just a little wiggle room in case. Get bail on the 2. Yeah, so it's like I want to score on that 2. Take a big hit here, but be aggressive. From the 32, 2nd and 9.
2nd and 9, Prescott deep down the middle, back to Dalton Schultz into the end zone, touchdown. Cowboys on their 2-point conversion away from a tie game at 30 apiece with 2:54 to play. What did I say about the damn tight ends earlier? Darren Waller, of course, okay, yeah, a few catches, but he's since been out injured. Back to Dalton Schultz. That is his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon, but the first was called back because of a hold. This will stand. That goes from 33 yards out for 6. He had a big game last week, even bigger game today. On a short week, and now Dallas down 2, going for 2 from the 2-yard line with 2:52 to play. This is for the tie at 30 apiece. Fake it to Zeke. Throw to Schultz in the flat. Top of your screen, he walks in, and we're all tied up. 30-30 with 2 minutes and 52 seconds to play. Both teams with 2 timeouts. 2-minute warning to come. I'd say right now, advantage Cowboys because they're coming back. They have momentum. They're playing at home. But the Raiders, sitting at 5-5 on the road this year, they have found ways to come back and win games when the game's on the line. I saw it firsthand when they played in Pittsburgh back week 2. Carr found former Raider in Henry Ruggs for a carpet touchdown. Now he's sitting in a jail cell. But the Raiders, this game's not over for them yet. I feel Carr's going to make some plays, get him in range for a Carlson kick, maybe even score a touchdown. We might go to overtime. This game might end regulation with whoever comes out on top. And credit to whoever does in fact win this game, especially the Raiders, or the Cowboys, coming from behind and winning. But then the Raiders, as mentioned a little bit ago, settling for field goals late, but then each team was trading kicks. Now you got to score a touchdown of your own. You got to punch it in. But keep in mind, I've said it all afternoon, and we have yet to have one. And it starts with a T and ends with over. Okay? It's not the food. I get it's Thanksgiving, but we have not yet had a turnover yet this afternoon. So keep that in mind. 2:54 to play, 2 timeouts for the Raiders. I'm running this football. I am running the ball. I am working the clock. And I'm going to make sure I score with a little bit of time remaining. Complete to Deshaun Jackson, his second flag on the play. It's coming back, probably for another hold. We've had almost 25 penalties in this game. Absolutely ridiculous from the officials. Maybe it's on Dallas, and then they might decline it because of the first down. But that was Jackson's first catch since the 3rd play of the game, and which was a 56-yard touchdown. Okay, no foul. It's a first down. They reset it to reset the clock to 2:39. Now it's rolling. Okay, 1st and 10 Raiders as they're looking for their 4th all-time win on Thanksgiving. Cowboys trying to win their first in a few years. They've lost 3 or 4 on the holiday. 2 to the AFC West. To the AFC. 1 of those in the AFC West, the other in the East, and the Chargers and Bills respectively, and then, of course, losing to Washington last year as well. But this game coming down to the wire, just as the early kick with Chicago and Detroit did as well, with 1 second to play, and Chicago wins on the road on Thanksgiving on a game-winning field goal. We'll see if the Raiders can do the same. 2:22 to play. Be second down after a few-yard run. 6 officially up the middle from Josh Jacobs. They'll take this as a 2-minute warning. Take it 2 minutes, 2nd and 4. Do not snap it. Try to draw them offsides, okay, but don't snap it. They jump offsides. That's a free first down. 5-yard penalty. You got to be kidding me, Dallas. You fucking stupid or what? And now you got a 1st and 10 coming out of the 2-minute break rather than 2nd and 4 because Dallas jumped offsides. Oh, how do you call a false start on that? There's no way in hell that was a false start. They jumped offsides. These officials. There's no way in hell that was a false start. Well, maybe. He's spinning the ball, and then he did the head tilt, which caused him to jump, I guess. So now they will have to snap it. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 2:06 to play, with a 2-minute warning right around the corner. I still run it. I run Josh Jacobs. Carr looking to throw from the 45, complete to Renfro. He's going to get out of bounds. 2:01, but they'll roll the clock to the 2-minute warning. We'll have a third down and about 4 right on the outside of field goal range for the Raiders. Looking to retake a lead. We're tied at 30. 30 apiece. 30 to 30. 3-0, 3-0. What a game. What 2 damn good games on Thanksgiving so far, and we still got one to kick off with the Bills and Saints in about a half hour. As this game has overrun a little bit than usual, a little longer than usual. But, of course, even with the halftime just being extended by a few minutes with the Luke Combs performance, but we always have a halftime performance on Thanksgiving anyway. This game's been back and forth, slow and steady. Even. I mean, you can't get much more balance than Derek Carr being 23 of 37 for 365 yards passing. Okay, the Raiders have the ball, so yeah, he does have a few more passing yards than Dak Prescott right now. But Prescott's 24 of 35 for 321 yards passing. Dak has 2 touchdowns. Carr has 1. And then on the ground game, Josh Jacobs has 19 carries for 67 yards rushing and a touchdown. Pollard 10 of 36. Zeke 9 carries, 25 yards and a score. And then Hunter Renfro, Deshaun Jackson, the deep balls in this second half. Even Michael Gallup with a few big catches. Gallup 4 for 89. Cedric Wilson has 5 catches, 83 yards. Deshaun Jackson and Hunter Renfro have over 100 yards apiece. Renfro 8 catches, 134 yards receiving. Deshaun Jackson 3 catches, 102 yards receiving and a touchdown. And then even Zay Jones has 5 catches, 59 yards. Brian Edwards is named to keep an eye out for on this Raider drive. Brian Edwards, number 89. Go back to your tight ends. Even without Darren Waller, go to Foster Murnell. Dallas did that with Dalton Schultz, and they scored and tied the game up with the score in the 2-point attempt. You're right on the outside of field goal range now. 2 minutes to play, 3rd and short. Just keep the drive alive. Get a first down. You'd have to kick it. You would have to kick it if you don't get it on 3rd and 3 here. You'd have to kick it. I wouldn't want to go for it, no. Because if you make it, there's 3 points for you. And then if your defense holds, okay. You hold on to win. They go to 87 more no. 4th and 3 on the incompletion. And from here, about a 55-yard field goal. Keep in mind, on the other side of things, Zerline missed from 59. Here comes Daniel Carlson from 55 yards out. His career long is, in fact, 55. It was back week 1 on Monday Night Football against the Ravens. Game that also went to overtime. Seemed like nobody wanted to win, but then they won in overtime to begin the year. Zay Jones, 55-yard kick up and good from Daniel Carlson, and the Raiders retake the lead 33-30 with a minute 52 to play. So the Cowboys are going to need a touchdown to win it. Field goal ties it, we go to overtime. But Dallas has 2 timeouts, as does Vegas, with a minute 52 to play. Back to the defense, back to no turnovers yet. Still no turnovers. And Daniel Carlson from 55 yards out. Kicks up and good. That had the distance for 65. And coming up clutch, Daniel Carlson with 3 field goals this afternoon. Now, 4 field goals. 4 for 4 with that long of 55. And then he's good, perfect on extra points as well. Back to the kicking game. Even with the missed field goal, by Dallas, that's the difference because they tied it up and got 2. They have that, and they have one of the 2 extra points. You know, like, it's closer than 3 right now. So we'll see what happens on this Cowboy drive, potentially drive and score and win this game. 33-30 with 1:52 to play. Cowboy football. They have 2 timeouts. Raider defense going to need a stop. Dak's going to have to make some plays. I'd continue to get the ball to Gallup. All they have to do is get field goal range. You don't have to score. Touchdown would be nice for them to win the game in regulation, so you don't have to go to overtime. But over the middle, incomplete, intended for Gallup. And keep in mind, still no turnovers. Still no turnovers today. So now 2nd down and 10. From the 25, Prescott complete to Cedric Wilson. 11 yards to the 36. They're going to go hurry up here, 1:40 and counting to play. First and 10, complete to Noah Brown. 5 yards, 2nd down and 5. So 2nd and 5 from the 41. Prescott pump fakes. Complete for 2. That goes to Zeke. Be 3rd and 3 with 1 minute to play. 3rd and 3. Trips top of your screen from the 43. Prescott looking to throw. Down the middle. Almost picked off. Complete to Michael Gallup. And now they're right on the outside of field goal range. With 45 seconds and counting to play. They call timeout. They'll have 1 timeout. 46 seconds. Touchdown wins it. Field goal ties. We go to overtime. What a game. What 2 damn good games we've seen already today. Bills Saints about to kick off in 15 minutes. 1st and 10 from the 39. After the timeout for the Cowboys. Field goal ties it, touchdown wins it. Prescott complete the 1st down marker. And Cedric Wilson has 10 on the reception. 1st down, they're going to call another timeout. Now we got an injured Raider. Injured Raider defender. Be 1st and 10. Zerline missed from 59, Tony Remo. Yeah, he missed an extra point, missed from 59, but then he made from 28. Made from 28 or 33, something along those lines. So Raiders is going to have to call timeout with that injury. Yeah, difference is in the kicking game. It is. I mean, Carlson's 4 for 4 on kicks. 3 for 3 on extra points. And then Zerline's 1 for 2 on field goals and 1 for 2 on extra points. And a field goal will tie this game to go to overtime for the first time on Thanksgiving since 2012 with any teams. Then it was the Texans and Lions. 1st and 10 from the 29. Gallup in motion. Now we're going to have another timeout. Actually, we've got a late whistle. No timeout, but a medical timeout. What? Medical timeout. The refs are going to walk a player off the field. I don't know if he was stumbling by any means or what, but medical timeout by the officials. And they walk him off. Watch for Dallas to go his way.
It's an ATC spotter from upstairs who sees that, and what a time. Yeah, that's a big one. Time with 37 seconds.
Watch for Dallas to go his way and beat whoever's coming in to replace him. Try to, at least. Yeah, the Raiders have missed Darren Waller, no doubt about it, in the second half. 1st and 10 from the 29. Prescott dumps it off far side, complete to Zeke, who gets 2, maybe 3 out of bounds. 2nd down and 8 with 32 seconds to play. Each team with a timeout. Field goal ties. Touchdown wins it for Dallas. 2nd down and 8. This has to be one of the closest Thanksgiving games we've seen in minus or earlier. Quite a while, a few years. 2nd and 8, Prescott. Incomplete. No penalty. Intended for Dalton Schultz. They would have threw the pass interference on that every other time this afternoon. Now they don't. A good no call, because you don't want to have a flag determine the outcome of the game. That's a good no call, too. That's not PI to begin with. They wanted a flag. Of course, not going to get it, but here we are, 3rd and 8, 28 seconds to play from the 27. Gallup in motion near side. And Prescott down the middle, incomplete. No penalty flag again. They're continuing to go to the tight ends. And it's not there, and now here's your ball game. Here comes Greg Zuerlein to tie it up at 33. He makes it. For the most part, we're going to overtime. He misses. The Raiders are going to hold on to win. This will officially be from 45 yards out. We'll see if the Raiders ice them with their final timeout. Fourth down and 8 from 45 yards to tie the game. Kick going to be up and good. We're tied at 33 with 19 seconds to play. Cowboys on to kick off. Special teams already a big factor earlier for the Dallas Cowboys. 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. We still have yet to have a turnover. The Raiders really haven't done anything in special teams today. Still 19 seconds. We'll see. I mean, you got to kick it deep, because if you squib it with 19 seconds, you're going to give them a timeout and a short field to drive to get in field goal range of their own. Yeah, so all Vegas has to do, they'll probably take a knee, just like they were going to before halftime, but then they didn't, and they ran a play, and it just didn't work out in their favor. Second half's been back and forth. I mean, why not be aggressive? Why not try to move the ball, get in field goal range with 19 seconds of timeout? Use the sideline, get the hell out of bounds, get in field goal range to win it at the end of regulation maybe. The last time these two teams played on Thanksgiving was, in fact, in 2013. And that game was decided by a touchdown or less. And now we're tied at 33. 1st and 10 Raiders with 19 seconds to play. I try to do something. I try to move the ball. I mean, you got how many deep ball throws that have worked your way? They're going to take a knee. We're going to overtime on Thanksgiving with the Raiders and Cowboys tied at 33. I mean, I don't mind it. I would have took my chances, though, but you don't want to do anything stupid and turn the ball over. Still no turnovers today, so keep that in mind in overtime. I just hope to God this game does not end in a tie. But we're going to OT on Thanksgiving, tied at 33 with the Raiders and Cowboys. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports School and Luke96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Cowboys. Hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. Raiders on for the coin toss. They'll, as the visitors, get to call the toss. And, of course, the Raiders, or whoever wins the toss, you want the football. Hope to God it doesn't end in a tie. But if you get the ball on offense first, if you win the toss, you want to play offense. You score, you win. Heads. It's tails. Cowboys receive. Cowboys with a touchdown, they win it. If they kick a field goal, Raiders still have a chance. Then the next score after that will win the game. 10 minutes. We ended in a tie, we ended in a tie. Hell, we ended in a tie a week and a half ago with the Lions and Steelers. But for the first time since 2012 on Thanksgiving, we go to overtime. This is the 6th all-time Thanksgiving overtime game. The Cowboys have never won, so maybe third time's a charm. But third time a charm, potentially also for the Raiders, as they've lost 3 in a row. Haven't defeated the Cowboys since 2005. Both teams on this very day as well. I forgot to mention earlier. All time on this very day, November the 25th. Just having, of course, fall on Thanksgiving this year. Final Thursday of the month. 5-3 for both, record-wise, all time. But, yeah, the Cowboys win the toss. Touchdown wins it. Field goal we play on. No score we play on. Next score then after that wins it. Whether it be a field goal, touchdown, defensive score of some sorts. The Cowboys drive and score, they win the game. They did that at New England a little over a month ago. On the return, Tony Pollard also already has a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown today. He's going to be brought down around the 10-yard line. Another penalty flag. Jesus Christ, how many damn flags are we going to have today? That has to be almost 30. During the return, yeah, it's always seems like either an illegal block in the back or a hold. So first down for Dallas, backing themselves up. We'll go over some final stats and scores once this game goes final. But now, starting overtime on Thanksgiving with the Raiders and Cowboys tied at 33. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. 1st and 10 from the 8. And a touchdown will win the game for the Cowboys. Prescott going to dump it off, complete to Zeke, out of bounds for 2, maybe 3. 2nd and 7. Two officially, 2nd and 8. Okay. This has been a damn good game. Raiders had numerous chances to close it out in the second half and couldn't. Had to settle for field goals, but, you know, if they didn't even make those, you know, we wouldn't be in overtime right now, and the Cowboys would have won in regulation at that point. So they run a screen, complete to Zeke again. Be 3rd down about 4. So a single 10-minute quarter. If we end in a tie, win in a tie. But Cowboys on offense, they won the toss. It's not college football. You don't play defense first, you play offense. Because if you score, you win. You give it up, next score wins. Whether it be a field goal, touchdown, however you want to put it. Special teams, defensive score would then win the game. Even a field goal, as mentioned. So 3rd and 4, Prescott. That's a hold. That is a hold. And pass is incomplete anyway, so they're going to have to punt. That was a hold. Are you fucking blind? You've thrown how many penalties today, and you can't throw a hold that's 5 yards in front of you? Jesus Christ.
He was open on this play. Dak knows.
And a little bit behind, Noah Brown, incomplete. Fourth down for the Cowboys, and now they're on to punt. Next score wins the game. Whether it be a Raider field goal, Raider touchdown, maybe a return on this punt. First 6, Hunter Renfro from the 28. That might be a block in the back. And they do throw a flag on that. Yeah, they don't throw a hold on the previous play. You got to call it down the middle if you're throwing penalties, which for the most part they have, but come on now. Jesus Christ. Get your head out of your ass and get this game on the road. Straighten everything up and let's go. I mean, it was a legal block in the back. Yeah, no doubt about it, but I bet you any money they're going to pick this up and say no penalty. Be 1st and 10 Raiders.
I mean, if they put it back, you punt it from the 13. If you get it at the 15, 15 to 15.
During the return, illegal block in the back. 10 yards, first down, Vegas. Next score wins the game. Next score wins.
Just that right there is going to get called every time. And at the end of the day, at this point, just tell those guys, don't do anything silly. It's just, these games all come down to amazing how often it happens. And keep saying at the end of the day.
The Raiders have already won in overtime this year. It was week 1 against Baltimore on a Monday night. Yep. Thank you, Jim Nance. Just fucking said that. From the 22, 1st and 10. Carr going to dump it off on the screen. And Josh Jacobs for 8 yards, 2nd and 2. Once again, next score wins. Next score wins. We've had 6 overtime games in NFL history on Thanksgiving. Trying to figure out if we've ever had a tie game on Thanksgiving before. It doesn't look like it. But, hey, there's a first for everything. We just had an overtime game end in a tie a week and a half ago from the Steel City with the Lions and Steelers. Handoff, 2nd and 2, and Josh Jacobs out past midfield. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Run the damn ball, yes. Run it. All starts up front with the offensive line. You got to be able to block the run. The Raiders have been able to do that a little bit better this afternoon than the Cowboys have. Jesus Christ. 66 total points, almost 1,000 total yards combined between these two. With some final stats and scores once we go final. Whether it ends with a win or a tie. Carr going to hand off again. Nowhere for Jacobs to go. 2nd and 10. Still no turnovers today. Still no turnovers. Keep that in mind. Yeah. Second and 11 from midfield. Carr looking to throw. He's going to go down on the sack. Back of the 42. The refs blow it dead. He still gets tackled. Now the Raiders have a 3rd and long. Next score still wins this game. And what a game it's been. 3rd and 18 officially. May the best team win at this point. It's been a tale of 2 halves for the most part. It has. Tale of a few quarters, if you will. But 3rd and 18, back of the 43. They get it off as the play clock was expiring. Carr going to go deep down the middle of the field. Has Zay Jones. That's pass interference. And they throw the flag, and the crowd hates it. Wow. This has to be a record for a number of penalties in one NFL game. Jesus Christ.
range for sure. All the days, 0 penalties coming in. Anthony Brown 4 today.
You still got to be able to get over the penalties. Yeah, they throw a pass interference on the Cowboys. If he would have turned around, that's not a penalty. He never turned around, though. He might have did a little bit of a head tilt, but that was like 5 yards before the ball was thrown. And then, yeah, he never turned around, and Jones couldn't go up for it. And Anthony Brown is 4th defensive pass interference today. That's 60 yards on one player in penalties. That is absolutely pathetic. Mike McCarthy not liking it. Next score is still going to win this game, but that was a penalty. That was a pass interference. You can say you got screwed by the refs, but I think both teams are getting screwed by the refs today because we've had a total of 25 penalties for 261 yards. That is ridiculous from these Zebras. 13 against the Raiders, 12 against the Cowboys for $105 and $156. Wow. 66 total points, almost 1,000 total yards. 2nd and 10, they're going to hand off out of the eye, and Kenyon Drake gets to the 20 on a pickup of 4, maybe 5. 3rd and medium. 3rd and 6 officially. Next score will win this game. Carlson warming up on the sideline. He's already good from 4 different spots this afternoon on 4 separate field goals. 4 for 4 on field goals, 3 for 3 on extra points. 3rd and 6 for the Raiders with 4:44 to play. Next score wins. Next score wins. They're going to hand it off again. Why not run the football? 4 yards on 3rd and 6 for Kenyon Drake. And here comes Daniel Carlson for the win. We're going to have a timeout, it looks like, with an injury. What a game this has been. Jesus Christ. Back and forth. Just trying not to blow it. Coming back. Still no turnovers. That's very odd to this point. But, because normally, there's always at least one. Whether it be a turnover or an interception or a fumble on the turnover. But 0. So both teams playing well in that regard. But is it going to be enough to win or not win? See if McCarthy calls the timeout. This field goal from Daniel Carlson for the win in overtime on Thanksgiving to give the Raiders the win over the Cowboys from 34 yards out is going to be, actually blow the whistle. We got a Cowboy timeout. It's up and good, but they ice them. So they take the points off the board. We got a timeout by Dallas. Before the snap, a false start on the Raiders. So back them up 5 yards, be 4th and 7. What was it on the field goal attempt there? 34. So now a 39-yard field goal. Yeah, that's a false start on the right tackle, number 75. Now want you ice them. This officially from 39 yards out for the win on this Thanksgiving Day. And Cowboys jump offside, so we even out on the back-to-back penalties from 5 yards with a false start and offside, so back to a 34-yard field goal. Jesus Christ. 5 yards, replay, 4th down. Here we go again. So here come the Raiders once again. Darren Carlson, 4 for 4 in field goals today. 3 for 3 in extra points. We're tied at 33 in overtime. This 34-yard field goal will give the Raiders the win on Thanksgiving at the Dallas Cowboys. And the kick from 34 yards out, and they jump off sides again. Kick's still going to be up and good. Actually, it doinks off the right upright. But they were off sides again. That's an automatic 1st down because they jumped off sides 2 plays in a row. Before the snap, 1st down. And that's a 1st down because it was 4th and 2, 5 yards, automatic 1st down. Why don't you take your offense back out there? Yeah. Run some more time off the clock, but don't turn it over. Do not fumble. That's a first down. This game is wild. Absolutely wild. 1st and 10. Total 28 penalties now for almost 300 yards. You have to be kidding me. They're still going to kick it on 1st and 10. But you don't want to turn it over, though. You know, and he's made them. He just doinked that one. But this from 29 yards out is going to be for the win. 4th, 5th time, how many times it's taken them to kick this is up and good, and the Raiders win on Thanksgiving against the Dallas Cowboys 36-33 in overtime. Raiders win it, get to 6-5. Cowboys now 7-4, losing 3 of 4 and 4 of 5 on Thanksgiving. 36-33 your final score. Snap, hold, kick, all up and good. I believe that was the 4th or 5th try. Back and forth. And Sunday Night Football on a Thursday night this Thanksgiving underway with Buffalo and New Orleans. We'll get to the action here momentarily, but what a game. Has to be one of the better games thus far this season to this point in time. And the Raiders get a big win. The Raiders get a big win on the road against the Dallas Cowboys. 36-33 your final score. We'll have post-game with finding out who's going to be awarded turkey legs. I'd have to say Derek Carr for one, along with Josh Jacobs, and even Daniel Carlson. 5 for 5 on field goals. It took him 5 tries to kick the game winner because of a few penalties and a timeout. But in the end, in overtime, the Raiders defeat the Cowboys 36-33. What a game. Just what a game. Play of the day was the 3rd play of the afternoon. Deep ball to Sean Jackson over the middle, and he walked in the end zone for 6 yards out. That took a 7-0 Raider lead. That was capitalizing off of a 3-and-out by the Cowboys as well. And then the Cowboys drove and scored, tied it up, but they missed the extra points, so 7-6. 14-6, 17-6, 17-13 at halftime, and we end up 36-33 as your final in overtime. What a game. What a game. Raiders were still the better team in the end. They were. They found a way to win, and that's all that matters. A win's a win. W in the win column for the 6th time this year. As they're undefeated when Derek Carr throws for over 300 yards. He finished for 373 and a touchdown. That touchdown was on the 3rd play of the game to Jackson, who finished with 3 catches for 102 yards receiving and a touchdown. Renfro, 8 for 134. And then Dallas receiving, they also had 2 100-yard receivers this afternoon as well. Gallup, 5 for $1.06, and Cedric Wilson, 7 for $1.04, in absence of Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. You know, so if I'm a Cowboy fan, just imagine, you know, when they do come back, you'll get back to your winning ways, I would think. But the Eagles are coming for you in the East. I feel like I said that last week. I'll say it again. I feel like Philadelphia's coming for Dallas right now, along with really Washington and then New York bringing up the rear. But still a lot of football to play from now until the end of the season, no doubt about it. Who knows? Today might have been a Super Bowl preview come February the 13th. I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch of this. I mean, last year, Thanksgiving weekend, we had a Super Bowl preview with the Chiefs and Buccaneers. Kansas City won on the road. Tampa beat them in the Super Bowl. Now, I'm not saying, okay, the way teams won, even though I am, and then the Cowboys are figured out when the Super Bowl ain't come February. No. I'm not going that far just yet. Dallas is in a slump right now. They got to find themselves, get out of the hole they're in. 3 or 4 they've lost, including 4 or 5 on Thanksgiving. So the Raiders defeat the Cowboys for the first time since 2005. They win their 4th all-time game on Thanksgiving. And 3rd time's a charm in the 3rd all-time meeting against the Cowboys on the giving of thanks. Now lead the all-time series 7-6. They'll play regular season-wise about 4 years from now, once again, because of the NFL schedule. If not sooner, if they're the add-in game, or unless they meet in the Super Bowl. But, I want to roll out. Both teams have had a lot of close games. And then they find a way to win. The Raiders do in the end. I don't think it will be the Super Bowl, but I'm just throwing that out there. I wouldn't be shocked if it is. Yeah. 28 penalties, 276 yards in penalties. 28 penalties for 276 yards in penalties. What the hell, official? It was every fucking play. It was every play. Seemed like, at least. Pull up some stats for players and teams. Okay, still no turnovers, which was a shock.
Ultimately, that leads to the Raiders taking the lead at the end there. A great game for the Raiders, man, and they may not have been pretty, but as the guy said, there was a sense of urgency about home. Back with more after this.
5% of the plays, as I do the math, were penalties today. I don't know if that's average by any means, but the officials need to get their head on straight and not call flag on every play. Thing is, as I've always said, if it's a penalty, call it. Okay, it's a penalty then. If not, don't let them play. For the most part, I'd say half of them were penalties. The other half were questionable. It's like holding happens on every goddamn play. It's just a matter of fact, call it or not. They did, though, every time. Roughing the passers. How many pass interferences, for God's sakes? Add in Derek Carr to the We Dem Boys meme picture as well with the win for the Raiders. 36-33, your Raider win in overtime. Both teams were atrocious on 3rd down. 3 for 13 officially for both. Total yardage 509 and 437 officially for both the Raiders and Cowboys. About 6 yards per play. Dak finished with about 10 yards more than Derek Carr did in passing. But rushing. Running the football, working the clock, run the damn ball, run away with the win when the game's on the line. A few big runs by Josh Jacobs late. Vegas won that category. No turnovers. 0. They also controlled the clock, the Raiders did. Won that by about 15 minutes, including, of course, in overtime. As the Cowboys won the toss, they had a chance to drive and score. Because if they did, they won the game, but they went 3 and out. Cowboys, as of late, they're having trouble moving the football. And it starts up front, the offensive line. Zeke's not running well. Pollard needs to start running back, and Zeke needs to just not be done, but they got to figure something else out for him. They need to get, and they sort of went away with it after the start, because they sort of went to it finally late last week, and they start off this week with it, getting the ball to the backs out of the backfield, and the receiving game seemed like they got away from it here tonight. It was working in their favor again, and nobody can seem to stop it. It's like, why not run something that's working in your favor? You run it until they finally stop it. Drop it like it's hot. As Carr celebrates with a few Raider fans in attendance. We got Bills and Saints right now on NBC. We'll turn that on here once they finish up post-game. as we'll figure out who's getting some turkey legs. As earlier as Andy Dalton. It was Andy Dalton with over 300 yards passing. Led the Bears to a road victory on Thanksgiving. Hey, the road teams are 2-0 today. Bills, don't blow it. Even with the Saints having a dozen or so players out tonight. And the Raiders are still in the hunt, as the Cowboys still lead the East because the East is bad. The Raiders are still in the hunt in the AFC West. They're going to be rooting for Denver on Sunday and be tied with them then. And then all three, Chargers, Raiders, and Broncos, will be tied at 6-5. And the tiebreakers come into play, and the Chiefs are, in fact, off this week. They have a bye following their win last Sunday against the Cowboys. So the Cowboys have dropped 3 or 4, and 4 or 5 on Thanksgiving. They lost to Denver, beat Atlanta, and then they lost to the Chiefs and Raiders now today. Yeah, I can't believe the turnovers. There weren't any, but even more so than not, I can't believe how many damn penalties were called. Figured there would have been at least 1, maybe 2 turnovers. None. That has to be a first in quite a while. And then 28 penalties, that has to be some sort of record. 28 for 276 officially in the penalties. Just, come on, man. It's 5% of the plays. But, yeah, it was 7-0. 7-6 because of a missed extra point. 14-6. 17-6. It was 17-13 at halftime. And then it was another 11-point lead. It seemed like it was always an 8-point or 11-point lead for the Raiders until the Cowboys eventually came back and tied it at 30. And then we go to overtime. We'll go to overtime because of 2 more field goals down at 33 apiece, and the Raiders win it in OT 36-33. As the Raiders had a passing touchdown, the Cowboys had 2. The Raiders are on the ground, won that with 2 touchdowns compared to Dallas's 1 rushing. But then that all equals itself out, for 3 total. And then, the play of the game, no doubt about it, even with the Cowboys on the losing end, was the 100-yard kickoff return for 6. But the Cowboys were still allowing, at that point in time, the Raiders to just continue to drive and score points. Like, they couldn't get back into it until they did and tied it up with another touchdown and the 2-point to eventually end up forcing overtime. And then in OT, as Daniel Carlson has to be one of the players of the game. 5 for 5 on field goals and 3 for 3 on extra points. Bills 7-0 at the Saints midway through the opening quarter. And Josh Allen found Dawson Knox for a 7-yard touchdown. Okay, we'll flip over to NBC here in a second. Seems like they're going to wrap up postgame. And not give us any celebration with players being awarded turkey legs. I don't know why the hell not. What the fuck? They did it earlier. Why not do it now? They'll do it later. I know NBC will. They're about ready to preview Sunday's games, which we've already done. Just be sure to tune in this upcoming weekend as well on Saturday and Sunday and Monday night, respectively. For college football, Penn State, Michigan State, live watch along reactions. And then on Sunday for a doubleheader of the Steelers and Bengals and Rams Packers, live watch along reactions, live here on YouTube. And then also Monday night for Monday Night Football, Seahawks, Skins, the Washington football team now, if you will, and WWE Monday Night Raw following Survivor Series last week. And now on the road to WWE Day 1 on January the 1st. As that'll be the next to last regular season weekend in the NFL, but we still got a month of football to be played until then. And today on Thanksgiving, in overtime, both games won on game-winning field goals by the visitors as well. The Bears won at 16-14 as time expired, and then in overtime today, the Raiders in OT, defeat the Cowboys 36-33. Derek Carr finished 24-39 for 373 yards passing and a touchdown. Dak Prescott, 32 of 47 for 375 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs, 22 carries, 87 yards on the ground and a score. Also had 2 catches, 25 yards out of the backfield. Kenyon Drake, 7 of 25. Derek Carr also had 2 carries for 21 yards. Mariota, 2 for 4 and a score. They tried to get a few receivers involved in the run game as well as A. Jones, 1 for 4, and Renfro, 1 for 2. Late in the game, both quarterbacks, as we now turn on NBC, we got Mike Tirico and Drew Brees on the call, it seems like. Yes, we do. Brees calling his Saints on Thanksgiving. They trail Buffalo 7-0 here, 6:10 to play in the opening quarter. So we'll see if this game comes down the wire. And there's also one on a game-winning field goal by the visitors. But, both quarterbacks late. A lot of deep balls. Found receivers deep downfield and set up shot for some points to be scored. But in the end, it still wasn't enough for the Cowboys. I'm still just shocked there wasn't a turnover late. But, okay, there wasn't. So I'll leave it at that. They played smart football and didn't turn it over. But it still went to overtime, and one team still won and one team still lost. I mean, if I'm Dallas, like I said, I go back to the basics. I'd be running Tony Pollard more than I am Ezekiel Elliott right now. Because Pollard finished only with 10 carries for 36 yards, but he also had 4 catches for 32 yards out of the backfield with a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as well. Okay, so he's a playmaker. You got to get him the football in space and let him do his thing. Elliott only had 9 carries for 25 yards and a touchdown. Credit the touchdown was only 1 yard, though, as was Josh Jacobs. So those cancel each other out. The other touchdowns as well cancel each other out. And then it came down to special teams. Special teams and not turning the ball over. Carr threw over 300 yards. They win. They're 6-0 when he does now. And the Raiders made more stops when it came down to it. Because even with the game going to overtime, they allowed Dallas to come back and tie the game up. Scored and went for 2, a couple more field goals. We go to OT. Dallas had their chances. Won the toss. They would have scored. They would have won. They don't. They go 3-and-out again. It seems to me they can't really move the football, more than, when it's a bad drive, it's a bad drive. But when they have a good drive going, they're, for the most part, probably going to score some sort of points, whether it's a field goal or touchdown, who knows. But when, they're in a hole and they can't get out of it, they're stuck. And until they get out of it, that's where they're going to be. It seems to me they can't really move the football when they have a bad drive. But credit, when you have a bad drive, you're not going to be moving the football. No shit. So I get the, if you want to contradict that. But, running game, Dallas has to do a better job. Dak can't do it all by himself. But Pollard still had a big game. He did. He deserved, and probably still deserves to get a turkey leg, even with the loss. But the loss, of course, sucks and stings. Buffalo on a sack. They'll get the ball back under 4 to play in the opening quarter. Already up 7-0 at New Orleans this Thanksgiving night now. So happy Thanksgiving once again to everybody. But Dallas really on defense, I said it earlier, I said it last week too, they need to get more stops than they're getting. They need to get the hell off the field quicker. They can't be allowing, both defenses for that matter, because Vegas didn't do really much different because it went to overtime and was won the game-winning field goal. So you always got to rely on your special teams. Score the brand. Daniel Carlson with a official 29-yard field goal for the win. as he had to kick it about 5-6 times there. But the Raiders win it 36-33 in overtime against the Dallas Cowboys here on Thanksgiving. So your final stats and scores once again. After 28 penalties for a total of 276 yards and no turnovers and poor third down conversions, 3 for 13 for both. Derek Carr finished 24 for 39 for 373 yards passing and a touchdown. Dak Prescott was 32 of 47 for 375 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs, 22 for 87 on the ground and a score. Mariota also had a rushing touchdown from inside the 5. Ezekiel Elliott with a 1-yard score as well. So those 3 touchdowns cancel each other out. So take those 21 points off the board. Tony Pollard also had 10 carries for 36 yards rushing, along with 4 catches, 32 yards receiving. Zeke ended up 6 catches, 24 yards receiving as well. Pollard had a 100-yard kickoff return for a score as well. Receivers making big plays late, all afternoon for that matter. Hunter Renfrow, 8 catches, 134 yards receiving. Deshaun Jackson, 3 for $102 and a score. Zay Jones had 5 catches, 59 yards receiving. Darren Waller, who went down with injury in the first half, did not return. Finished 2 catches, 33 yards. Josh Jacobs, 2 for 25 on the backfield. Brian Edwards is held to 1 catch, 12 yards. And then Dallas receiving, Gallup and Wilson had 100 yards receiving as well. Noah Brown, 6 catches, 53 yards. Schultz had another touchdown. Actually had 2 today. One was called back because of a penalty, but it seemed like there was a penalty on every play once again. 28 total for 276 total yards. Ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous, officials. You should be ashamed of yourselves. But the thing is, the penalty. It's a penalty, okay, call it. If not, don't. Let them play. They were, for the most part, throwing flags on every play, though. So it is what it is. Schultz, 3 catches, 46 yards and a score. Tony Pollard and Zeke had 10 total catches for about 60 yards receiving. And then McKeon had the first Cowboy touchdown. Held to 1 catch, 10 yards and a score. But it came down to special teams. It did. Because you go back, the Cowboys missed an extra point. They missed a 59-yard field goal. There's 4 points right there. They lose by 3. Enough said. Along with, okay, they had another extra point. Decided to go for 2. Didn't get it. They made up for the 2-point. So it sort of worked itself out, but at the same time it didn't because special teams. Daniel Carlson was 5 for 5 on field goals with a long of 55 and the game winner from 29. Also 3 for 3 in extra points. But Greg Zuerlein missed an extra point and missed a 59-yard field goal. There's 4 points, and the Cowboys lose by 3 in overtime. The Raiders win it on Thanksgiving and defeat the Dallas Cowboys for the first time since 2005. Your final score, 36-33, Raiders over the Cowboys this Thanksgiving afternoon, now into night. Just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone once again, and thank you for tuning in and listening. Always greatly appreciated. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to hit that thumbs up button, and hopefully you'll tune in for more live watch along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel. Beginning this weekend, on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, for college football and more NFL action. But all you have to do is hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. So scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, subscribe right here on YouTube. Keep an eye out for upcoming live watch along reaction streams, and hopefully you'll tune in then. And thank you for tuning in this afternoon. And what a game. What a game. No doubt about it. What a damn good afternoon now into the night of football we've had with these 3 NFL Thanksgiving games. Bills up 7-0 with a minute to play in the first quarter. So we'll update a final score on Sunday with who did in fact end up winning. But we saw earlier the Bears went on the road with a game-winning field goal, defeating the Lions 16-14. And now also in overtime on a game-winning field goal as well, the Raiders defeat the Cowboys by a final score of 36-33. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hopefully tune in for more live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube in the upcoming future in the world of college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. Subscribe. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed the holiday. Christmas is now a month away, so break out the trees, decorate all you want. We still have a lot of football left to be played from now until then. Week 12 will continue on Sunday. Steelers, Bengals, Rams, Packers. Live watch along reactions then, so be sure to tune in. But hope to see everybody now on Saturday for the final regular season Saturday of the year in college football with Penn State, Michigan State for the battle for the Land-Grant Trophy. 3:30 live right here on YouTube. But here today on Thanksgiving, 48 hours prior, the Raiders in overtime defeat the Dallas Cowboys in OT. It took overtime, but a win's a win. That's a team win for the Raiders. Special teams was key. Had 3 total offensive touchdowns by both teams. Even with all the turnovers, even with no turnovers and all the penalties we had, the special teams was key. And if Carlson didn't play, or if he missed 1, 2, 3 of those kicks, Dallas wins. But Dallas, with Greg Zuerlein, he's missed on how many kicks this year. I think they might have a little bit of a problem there. We'll see what they do. But, special teams was key because he had a 100-yard kickoff return for a score, and then Carlson 5 for 5 in the game winner. And both of these games end with game-winning field goals. Third time's a charm, maybe, for the Bills on the road as well. Maybe the Saints can be the first home team to win today on Thanksgiving. But, we'll see what happens from now until the end of the night. And also see what the hell else happens this weekend and football. But hopefully we'll be along for the ride. Hopefully we'll tune in for some more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But, that'll do it for myself. Your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96, live here on YouTube this afternoon. And once again, happy Thanksgiving, and thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hope to see everybody this upcoming weekend for more live watch-along reactions. And your final score in overtime. The Silver and Black Raiders defeat the Dallas Cowboys on the road on Thanksgiving. Final score, 36-33. Raiders win it over the